And we are live. Everybody out here in YouTube, land, realm, whatever. Sharing the link around. So if anybody's out here that's watching, wants to share the link, please feel free to do so. And I will say hi in just a moment. Okay. So hello, Wyatt Coverdale. Ready and raring to go. Hello, Rambling Rattlesnake. What's up? Hello, Travis. Hail and welcome. First on the live stream. That's right, you are. Wyatt Coverdale. So hail and welcome everybody to this, sorry about that, to this Friday night live stream. As always, if you are unfamiliar with me, but if you're watching live, perhaps you are. But my name's Jesse, and I host a weekly video here on YouTube. And so welcome to the channel. And hey, Matt Petrie, what's up? Hello, Eric Oliver. Matt made you come over here? Well, cool. Well, thanks to Matt for making Eric come over here. Hey, Joshua Smith. Telling everyone to join you here. All right, cool. Well, you know, guys, Matt Petrie over here in the live chat is, as many of you probably already know, is the owner and lead craftsman over at Odin's Beard Woodworking. So be sure to check out odinsbeardwoodworking.com. And if you are a Facebooker, go over to Odin's Beard Woodworking on Facebook and check out Matt's stuff. Hello from Nashville. Yeah, well, I'm not too far from you there, Eric. So hail and welcome. Guys, if you are unfamiliar with ways that you can support this channel, you've got a number of ways. I've just posted in the live chat the Linktree and PayPal links. Linktree has everything. It's like a one-stop shop. It's got the Patreon, Teespring, Facebook, Redbubble, which I really don't do a whole lot of, to be honest. Buy me a coffee, all that kind of stuff. All that's in that Linktree link, but the PayPal donations directly to the channel are appreciated. Plus, you've got the super chat feature. So if you want to have a special shout out here on the channel during the live chat, and you want to donate in that sort of way through super chat, super emojis, through super whatever the thing is up there right now, definitely feel free and inclined to do so as you so choose. And I am here to, you know, just hang out with everybody here Friday. Like to try to make these somewhat of a regular occurrence. Yeah, Travis says, last stream we got New Zealand and Ireland in one night. Let's see if we get more international people. Well, that would be awesome. Hopefully, this is a good time to reach an international audience in other parts of the world. It's always hopeful and much appreciated. So we will see. We will definitely see what we've got here. Rambling Rattlesnake is in Arkansas. I know Wyatt is in upstate New York. Matt's working on Freya, carving a goddess figurine, idol pole, god pole, different names, things that we call our figures of Norse mythology. Does let me tell you, does the lighting? Let me try something real quick, because the lighting seems kind of like washing me out. I don't know. Is that better? Does that seem a little bit better? I got a light shining right above me. I don't know if that makes it better or not. Let me try something else here. Looks terrible. Ooh, now it's too dark. I don't know. Is what it is. It is what it is. Till I get a different camera set up, I'm just working off of the webcam. So my old white pasty washed out self is what you're going to have to deal with. Matt's in Vermont. Yep. Mostly the one above me. Hey, Janet King. Janet King, always great to see Janet here. Janet's been a supporter on the channel here for quite some time, and has been one of my very first and longtime Patreon supporters. So if you guys want to get in on the Patreon goodness, click the Linktree link that I posted earlier. I'll post it again here for anybody that's interested. The Patreon link is in the Linktree thing. And it'll send you over there to Patreon. So I got, you know, a few different tiers or whatever, monthly support, whatever you want to do. does help support the channel, keeps me doing what I'm doing here. It's all much appreciated. So Halen, welcome to everybody. Got a neat thing to discuss with you tonight, but also want to remind everybody about the giveaway that's going to be happening here on the channel once the channel reaches 3,000 subscribers, which the last I checked, we were less than 10 away. So if everything goes well, we're actually 9 away from 3,000 subscribers. So if we don't lose any subscribers between now and next Friday, very good chance of there being a giveaway during next Friday's live stream if we can get 9 subscribers between now and then. So just as a reminder, the giveaway items are going to be this Mjolnir pendant and a little kind of beginner rune set, nothing too fancy or special. It's just some very basic sealed wood pieces. I think they may just be basswood or something. They're not, you know, locally sourced or whatever, but it's a nice rune set and it's free, right, for the giveaway. So if you are interested in a rune set and a Mjolnir pendant necklace for the giveaway, stick around. Hopefully we will get to that milestone next week. Hey, thank you, Troy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind super chat donation. So hail and thank you to you for that. That's much appreciated. Any questions that anybody has, feel free to drop down in the live chat as we go along. Again, the super chat will kind of bump you up to the top in case I overlook or miss anything as far as your comments or questions go. So I'll definitely try to stay on top of it, but I do sometimes overlook things depending on how, you know, how many people are tuned in at the time. But thank you so much, Troy Hartman. Did I say Travis? Troy Hartman. Troy, thank you for that donation. I'm sorry if I saw the T and there was a Travis here earlier. So Troy Hartman, thank you for the super chat donation. My apologies if I misnamed you earlier. No, cool. So Matt is here and says he would throw something in for the next giveaway. Well, that's very kind and generous. So thank you, Matt, for that. Matt is a wonderful individual, guys. I don't know if you know, everything that he's a part of, but he's got the Heirs Embrace Facebook group, which is focused on making sure that, people that battle various, mental health struggles in their lives are looked after and taken care of, and at least given the assurance that they know that they are not alone, which is huge. So Matt is a huge influencer in the mental health community. So thank you, Matt, for all that you do in that aspect. Yeah, Travis, I apologize, but thank you, Travis, for being here. 100%. Thank you, everybody, for being here. But definitely, Troy, appreciate the super chat donation. So you're awesome. You're all awesome. You're all awesome, and you all matter. So thank you very much for being here. Got a really neat discussion to talk about, as we go. Remember the giveaway thing. But as you probably noticed from the title of this live stream, at least, it's Heathen Talks and Spicy Peanuts. You probably saw the thumbnail, and you may be wondering to yourself, what in the world could that mean? Well, what that means is that I will be eating some spicy peanuts along the evening. They're very enjoyable. But in case anybody who is interested in consuming spicy foods and wants like some really good products, I am by no way sponsored by this company. So let me just go ahead and put that right up front. I'm not sponsored by this this company at all. But picked these up in East Tennessee on our way back from New York. Cool. Break at work, Troy. Well, that's cool. Probably be here for a while, so stick around, pop back in, whatever. But anyways, here is the see, isn't that weird? See how the light like changed when I put the thing up here, I take it away and it's like washes me out. It's just the webcam. But anyways, this is the peanuts that I'm going to be eating, and I kind of censored it out just because family friendly. But this is the company. It is a registered trademark. I'm not going to say it, but that's what it is. Carolina Reaper peppers, honey peanuts. Very, very delicious snack if you like spicy stuff. The ingredients are simply peanuts. Who'd have thought, right? Roasted in peanut oil. Again, who would have thought? We got sugar, we got honey, we got salt, we got modified potato starch, we've got Carolina Reaper pepper, and we got xanthan gum, which is just a, preservative sort of thing. So, big old container of them. Got a nice recipe back here on spicy peanut brittle. And there we go. These are what the peanuts look like as best as I can show you. So if you like, Planters honey roasted peanuts, but you like them with a little bit of a kick, excuse me, these are for you. They're definitely not overwhelming. Wonderful honey roasted flavor. And a nice spice to them. So I don't know how well the microphone is picking up all the crunching, but you guys like ASMR action, It's kind of weird. But anyway, spicy peanuts. Spicy Carolina Reaper. Now, a lot of you may not know, or maybe you do, the Carolina Reaper pepper is the Guinness Book of World Records, recognized in the Guinness Book of World Records as the hottest pepper or chili pepper in the world. But I can tell you that there are definitely hotter peppers than the Carolina Reaper pepper in existence. A lot of hybrids, which the Carolina Reaper is a hybrid pepper in and of itself as well. But there are much hotter peppers, equal to or hotter peppers in existence out there. So don't let the Guinness Book of World Records fool you into thinking that that's the hottest pepper in the world. It is the hottest recorded pepper in the world. There's tons of growers and things out there that are hotter than that. Cool. Matt says my name's on the next list, only 2 ahead of you. So I a while back, everybody, I did order a Thor piece from Matt Petrie at Odin's Beard Woodworking, and he's indicating to me now during this live stream that I have 2 in front of me in order of God poles and God pieces that he's working on. So you know what that means? That means that I will be able to share and show all of you my, I think it was a 6 to 8 inch, 5 to 7 inch, I forget what it was. I've got a pocket altar Thor that I've shown a bunch of times here on the channel before, but I'm getting a dedicated piece for my altar from Matt. So thanks for the update on that, Matt. I'm really excited to get it. Wyatt says, hey, Jesse, your blood isn't on the rune set that I gave you, is it? No, it is not. Wyatt, no, it is not. I never blood runes that I either sell or give away. Never. Absolutely not. So the only thing that's of me that's there is just what my hands have touched. You know what I mean? So I have not blooded any runes that have sold or given away to anybody since I've been doing this. And that's how it will stay. So Travis says those peanuts are good, but if you're a first time, don't inhale while putting them in your mouth. That powder does suck to inhale. Yeah. So, funny thing is like if you were to just inhale these, they smell just like regular peanuts. And they are very I like spicy stuff, and these for me are, I could probably eat this whole jar, ill-advised as though it might be. I could eat this whole container, and for any of you that have watched, some of my videos, I did a video recently where I read a story from the lore, and I was eating Carolina Reaper jerky. Way hotter than this. Way hotter than this. Different company, just way hotter than this. This right here, if you're not accustomed to heat, if you don't like spicy stuff, this would probably be uncomfortable for you, but it ain't gonna kill you. I've had way hotter peanuts. Again, different companies, but they're out there. That's right, Matt, 7 to 8 inch. So depending on I guess the angle. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. So the pieces that he's carving these god poles from they vary in length and size, but it's in the vicinity of the 7 to 8 inch range. So yeah, no problem, Wyatt. No blood on your runes either, Matt, for sure. See it as a sign of devotion, which don't really think that you're ready for yet. Yeah. Again, you know, the whole blooding of the runes thing, I've done videos on that as well, in terms of like, maybe not necessarily the runes per se, but just like the importance behind blood in ritual and the power of the blood. I've done a video on that here on the channel as well. So you can go back through my discography, as it were, my playlists, and just, you know, look through my content, look through the channel and find it's the power of the blood. You know, so again, I don't, there's a lot of, there is power in it, but I don't include that or incorporate that in anything that I either sell or give away. Not even if it's asked, to be honest with you. Not even if somebody says, could you do this? It's always going to be a hard no. The only runes that I've blooded are my own, right? So I've got some like basic like clay style, almost like stone. They're all uniform in size and shape that were gifted to me that I blooded. But then I've got my maple set. You know, so the mark or the stain that you see in the camera, although it can't really do it justice because of the lighting, you know, that change in coloration that you see in the rune, in the various runes is blood. You know, so these are maple runes that I made myself for myself, and these are the, you know, that's the only time that I'm going to blood a set, at least up to this point. In my heathen practices. So yeah, thank you, Wyatt. I wouldn't want anything like that, to be honest with you. I mean, just I wouldn't want somebody else to blood a set of runes and then be like, here you go, have this set of runes, and then also here's my blood on it or whatever. I'd be like, thanks, but no thanks. As well intended as the gesture might be, I'm gonna just respectfully decline. So Travis says, generally speaking, items that are sold or given away, most people won't have blood. Can't say that I've ever heard of someone doing that outside of very special cases. Yeah, I think that's probably the case too, Travis. At least I would hope that it's not something that's like, oh yeah, and by the way, once you get these things, bear also in mind that thus and thus has been done to it. I hope there's no funny business going on as far as that. We did have a bit of a long discussion about the blood. It did come up, and I forget in what context that it came up, Travis, but it did come up. Last live stream was a 4 hours, which, I mean, 4 hours is a long time. You know, it's a half of a work day, if you want to call it such, you know, for your regular admin hours, 9 to 5s, whatever. You know, it's a long time to be sitting here and talking to a bunch of people, but a lot of you is just like stuck it out and hung out with me. Really super awesome. There may be coming up, and I don't know, and I can't say for sure if it will be or not, because I don't really have a large enough fan base to maybe or a supporter base to even justify it. But I want to do a 24-hour live stream, but I just don't think there's enough people out here in this community for my channel at least, to want to stick around for that. But if there was, there might be an opportunity coming in about a month's time here on the channel for like a marathon live stream. But I would have to think about it and determine, you know, some giveaway items and incentive to want people to come by. So I don't know. We'll see. We may not be there yet. We may not be there yet. But these regular weekly live streams, at least for a couple hours, whatever it is, may continue to happen, and hopefully will continue to happen. But it's open discussion. I do have a couple things. Well, one main thing to talk about as far as an upcoming like mini series. You've probably seen it floating around in the channel and any other social media that you may see me on starting Monday, and then this Sunday's upcoming video, along with another discussion topic. So 3 things really: 2 announcements, 1 like discussion topic. We can chew on that for a little bit. Matt uses blood in bloat only. That's fair. Never used blood. Again, not yet. Don't there's nothing that's saying that you got to and that you should or whatever. It's just, if you want to, there's certain reason and application. It's kind of like how, some people are like, I've seen this thing. I saw this thing recently online. Here's a cool discussion topic. Saw this thing online. And it was for, and I'm probably mispronouncing it, but it was the Svjarnthorn. You guys know what I'm talking about? The runic staff for sleep. What is it? Svjalthorn? What is it? You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's this Icelandic runic staff that somebody posted a picture of online and was like, well, a friend of mine has been having trouble sleeping and they're seeing this and I want to know if I can use it to help them, get sleep. Yeah, thank you, Travis. You got it. For them to sleep better and blah, 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 blah. And then I saw like all these comments that were coming through and I was like, does anybody even know what in the frick they're talking about when it comes to staves? Because anywhere in the lore, well, not even the lore, but anywhere in literary sources that is mentioned directs it to be used towards an adversary, right? So you've got various sagas and various sources and stuff that direct it to be used, because like when it's used and when it's applied and when it's done in a certain way, it's like the enemy won't wake up until it's removed, or they will fall into a sleep that is unable to be woken from. It's like, why would you want to do that to somebody you love? Why would you want to do, just so that they get a better night's sleep? It's like, come on, like get it in context, understand what the heck it is that you're doing before you try and mess around and stuff that you really shouldn't be. So I posted that as a response. I'm like, well, here's like 3 or 4 sources where that thing is mentioned. The Huld manuscripts. You've got the saga of Hofkroki. You got the saga of gosh, I can't remember which one it was that I was looking at, but it was where the Svaltathorn was implemented to something to do with the Brunhild, the Valkyrie. You guys probably remember the saga that I'm talking about. But like, no, just to like carve it on something or paint it on something. And then there was like even references of like how it's supposed to be done and then how it's supposed to be applied. You do certain things with certain elements, like, I don't know, leave it sit for 13 days, let it dry out, put it on oak, put it under the pillow or the head of the person who you want to sleep, your adversary. But it all points to like people who you really don't care for, adversaries, things like that. It's like, that's not something that you want to use for your friends. Thought about doing a video about it at some point. I don't know if there's a whole lot of content out there about it, but Blut means blood in other languages, but I don't know what language it is. Well, so bloat is sacrifice, right? Like we're talking about bloat specifically. Bloat is the actual deed. Bloat is not an item. Bloat is what we do. Bloat is a ritual, right? So to use blood in or for bloat does have certain, there's context that you can take away from that, and you can certainly use that. I'm just reading, was it Rambling Rattlesnake's comment here in the live chat. So you definitely have those times where blood can be used or has been used, like from like historical context or whatever. But we're not talking about the word itself meaning blood, right? Bloat is what we do. Bloat is the ritual. Bloat is the sacrifice. Doesn't mean that blood is a part of it per se. Unless you're a recon heathen and you're more focused on the reconstruction side of things and believe that it's only acceptable to bloat when blood is present or something along those lines. So it's really just what your approach to heathenry is. Bloat does not mean blood. You may have other languages that, like, I know in Swedish, you know, blod, B-L-O-D, is blood. But we're using the term bloat, Old Norse, and that is to mean the sacrifice, the gifting, the action, the thing that we're doing. Wyatt says, testing the stav knowledge first and the easiest. What is the Aegishjalmr? The Aegishjalmr, you're talking about the Helm of Awe, right? Again, all of these runic staves, all these things, you know, you've got some literary sources, you got some things in some of the lore that mentions, like what Wyatt's talking about there, the Helm of Awe, the thing that's, you know, painted on the helm, supposed to strike fear or awe, whatever. But it's all during it all came about, at least documented wise, right? It was all documented. It all came about as far as like a documented knowledge of it all during the Viking Age, which was during and after the conversion period of Scandinavia. So we can't really say for certainty that any of these things existed or had any sort of relevancy in pre-Christian times. But they, you know, because there's no texts really that reference those things much before that. Nothing in like the Codex Regius, nothing in that comes from like the 700s or before, historically speaking. So yes, I am. Matter of fact, I have a. I don't know if I can reach it, but I used to do. Yeah, I got it. I used to do reviews for. This isn't the Aegishjalmr. This is the Vegvisir. So this is a little flask, keychain flask. Which has got the Vegvisir on it, which is the runic compass, which again also does not predate medieval Iceland during the Viking Age. So, like the Aegishjalmr and the Vegvisir, these are all runic staves that are in probably like the Icelandic Galdabrók and etc. And where they're referenced in there as far as like their historical roots, so on and so forth. But I also have a keychain, a leather keychain like fob that is on my car keys with the Vegvisir as well, the runic compass. So there's that. Yeah, Sven Thorne. Thank you, Ramblin' Rattlesnake, and I think Travis mentioned it above, so appreciate that. A little harder. What is Oz Uni? What's that? I am not. It looks like it's either Icelandic or something that you're saying. That doesn't ring a bell to me per se. I know because I first of all. Modern Icelandic is a language that I've come to know that at least for like you know, trying to learn Old Norse, is you would do well to learn Modern Icelandic because it's the closest Scandinavian language that mirrors Old Norse. Pronunciations and things like that may be differing depending on if you're using a medieval pronunciation versus a modern Icelandic pronunciation, but the languages are very similar. So why you got me on that one? Odd uni. I honestly can't tell you that I've delved into that too much. So share with the class if you so choose. Anything that you want to share about that. And while we're talking about staves and Icelandic magic and things of the rune woo-woo type stuff, I saw a post on social media that I thought I would talk with everybody about right now and get some, some feedback on. Or at least, strike up a conversation with you all on. See what you think. So the post that I saw was somebody had posted and said that they wondered if Odin, as being, and these are their words, right? So I'm kind of paraphrasing, but they wondered that if Odin, being the grandson of Belthorn, had any sway or influence in Odin's, being wise and brave enough to sacrifice himself to himself. And did it play a part in his, meaning Odin's, learning the runes and the whole, Galder and all this kind of stuff when it came to his runic illumination, as it were. So I never thought about this without first looking into it to the extent, and then I got a lot of interesting information that I found out, and that is that the only time that I can think of, or the big, like maybe not the only time, but one of the only times that I can think of that Belthorn is specifically referenced to in any of the sources is in the Hofamál. And the reference that is provided to Belthorn leads me to believe that in terms of a familial tie or familial relationship, that Belthorn is more like Odin's uncle than grandfather. And here's why. It's because the stanza that I'm referencing says, and I think this might be the Bellows translation of the Hofamál, says, 9 mighty songs I got from the son of Bolthorn, Bestla's father. And a drink I got of the goodly mead poured out from Öthrir. Now we know that Öthrir is the mead of poetry. But the thing that got me is where he says that he got from the son of Belthorn, Bestla's father. Now we know that Bestla is Odin's mother. So if the son of Belthorn, which is Bestla's father, would make Belthorn Odin's uncle. Now, side note, right? What if this person who's being mentioned of in this stanza, right, the son of Belthorn, Bestla's father, what if this son of Belthorn is in fact Mimir? Because we hear that he got a drink of that goodly mead poured out from Öthrir. So is the son of Belthorn Mimir? Now, the reason why I lean more towards the familial tie of Belthorn being Odin's uncle is because in some of the one of the biggest sources you might hear being referred to is Tacitus Germania, which is not necessarily, Tacitus was not necessarily an eyewitness to a lot of the Germanic tribes' cultures and traditions, but he did receive a lot of information that he then documented down. So it's kind of like secondhand information, but it's still maybe not eyewitness information, but reliable enough that we don't determine it to be any less than a primary source. So during that time, and when what I'm referring to is that Tacitus did note the importance that he observed, or at least heard about, of the maternal uncle tie in traditional Germanic society. and that there are numerous examples of the closeness of male figures to their maternal uncles in literary sources beside that. For instance, we have a medieval Icelandic poem that goes something along the lines of men turn out most like their maternal uncles. And again, the translations could be a little sketchy as far as that goes, but the general gist is that's what we understand, that's what we see. So it kind of makes me lean more towards thinking that, you know, if Belthorn being Odin's uncle, Odin in Germanic society, and the way the gods and everything was kind of gleaned from in the societies at the time is that he was closest to his uncle, then for sure it would make sense at least that he's taking after or following suit after his uncle, right? His mother's brother, as it were, and picked up on some of those things that we maybe don't have literary sources to fall back on, but the societal, the culture of everything, you know what I mean? So discuss. I don't know. It was a kind of like a mind fire thing that took off there. So, okay. So let me just catch up here. So Wyatt says that the uni is an Icelandic sigil that is to be used so that a woman may love a man. It is a love staff. It is used while fasting, and the sigil is drawn with one's spittle in the palm of the right hand. So great uncle Matt Petrie says great uncle. Yeah, so I mean that could very well be right. The same sort of pattern that you're following there. Wyatt, in terms of what you're saying, okay. I mean, okay, you educated us and educated me at least. I've never had to use a staff to gain the love of a woman. Maybe I should have in the past, but haven't needed it. It's funny because the Havamal even talks about like the flattery, speaking fair words to win a maiden, and all this kind of stuff. So, and it makes you wonder too, like somehow like Odin's dealings were with like well, heck, I got the Havamal here, or at least a version of it, where he's pretty much warning against, you know, there's many a good woman if you get to know her who will change her mind about a man. I learned that when I tried to seduce a wise woman, that lady showed me every kind of shame, and I gained no wife for my trouble. Of course, he's talking about Billing's daughter when he went there and stole, you know, did his trickery and stuff. So everything's got to be, you know, kept in context or whatever. But those ladies, they can be a handful at times. But that is one of the biggest points of discussion that I wanted to bring up and just share with you, kind of like where my mind was going this week when I was seeing and looking at some of the posts on social media that I do. How on earth does Odin has parents? Wasn't he formed from sweat? No, Odin himself was not. So you're referring to Ymir, who is the primordial being, who was formed from the fire of Muspelheim and the ice of Niflheim. And from his sweat, we've got, was it Bor? And, oh man, getting me back into like the creation myths and stuff, which I haven't read in a really long time. Plan on doing a video about that at some point, but it fell out of the thing. But no, Odin is not a he has sires, right? And he's Jotun at the very core, at the very base of it, things, because when the creation myth speaks about, you know, Ymir and the primordial cow, and it's all Jotun, forces of chaos, and from those beings came the beings of the Aesir, right? So yeah, no, Odin is it definitely has a sire, and Cyrus, mother, whatever, just as the rest of the Aesir do as well. Yeah, so the man, it's Bor. Who was the rest of them? It was Besla, right? Besla, because Odin is Besla's son, and man, I would have to like look it up, research it. Let's do that real quick. Because what else do we got? What else we got but time, right? So this will probably become a subject for later videos, just as we do a lot of things. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. He produced a son. Ymir produced a son who is Bor, and a daughter who is Besla. So Bor and Besla came from the sweat of Ymir, because Ymir is like it's kind of hermaphroditical in a way. He just bore things out of his own self. So it's pretty crazy. It's a pretty cool myth. Vili and Ve are the sons of Odin. Yeah, Odin, Vili, and Ve are the sons of Bor. You're right. And Odin, Vili, and Ve are the figures in the mythology who formed and gave life and cognitive abilities and everything to humans, mankind. The first humans in mankind, Osk and Emla, right? The first man and the first woman. So Odin imparted to them what he did, Vili did what he did, and Ve gave to them what he did. So they all had parts in the creation of the formation of humankind, which were, I guess, like it was driftwood, right? That was the form of which mankind took in the Norse mythology. Yeah, it's a fascinating story, Wyatt. And again, I wanted to end up doing a video here. Like I've got a series here on the channel for deity discussions, and I've kind of fallen off of that bandwagon to focus on some other things. But this Sunday is going to be the rebirth, or if you will, or the bringing that back into the repertoire. I used to do a deity discussion once a month. So we're going to bring that back. But then also, you can find stuff online about the Norse creation myth and everything. But probably end up doing a video, at least at some point here on the channel. But it's very, very intriguing, very, very interesting. Yeah. Ash and elm. Osk is the Old Norse word for ash. Amla being for elm. So ash and elm were the first two beings of humanity, man and woman, right? So thanks, Matt Petrie, for pointing that out. Forgot to ask this in the last live stream. Do you think that the gods use technology as we do? Surely if we have advanced since the gods were discovered, then they have as well. Maybe Odin uses the internet to find his knowledge. So here's my thing, and this is, everybody's going to be probably a little bit different with their views of the gods. And, are you a hard polytheist? Or you a soft polytheist? Are you, inclined to think of the gods as real as they are and described in the lore, or are they metaphysical? Are they, descriptions of the elements, this, that, and the other? So, I think that we don't exist and we don't function on the same plane, on the same level as the sacred do, as the gods and the goddesses, as our gods and goddesses do. They are timeless. Their sense of time, they're the things that they exist in, and the ways that they function in are outside of our mortal conception of things. Can we get a glimpse of that in terms of some of the spiritual workings, whether it be through Heathen or whether it be through other means? Yeah, sure. However, to say that they do not advance in the times over, centuries and whatever, I think is a bit, it's limiting our gods, So, I mean, I don't think that they need such resources as we do as mortals to gain knowledge, right? But at the same time, you've got, Odin, who's a wanderer, and stuff, in the way that he inserts himself into society and into mankind through in his wanderings and in his roamings, in search of knowledge throughout the lore. It's almost like nothing's off limits for him. So, I mean, I don't think he would need it per se, but I don't know. I never really took it to that level. I never took it to that extent in terms of figuring out, well, do I see Odin over here on the computer Googling things? Not really, but what do I know, right? I kicked the table again. Sorry, guys. So there was that. Oh, so speaking of the deity discussion thing, right? I do have a playlist here on the channel. If you guys aren't familiar, please check it out. And on the playlist, I've got the Bragi's Corner, which is like a storytelling thing where I read some stuff from the lore and add my own little razzle dazzle to it or whatever, my own spin to the stories. Probably revisit that at some point too, add some more content to that playlist. But the one that has more content to it is the deity discussion series. So I've done a bunch, you know what I mean? Probably some of the more well-known, popular, gods and goddesses of Norse lore. But on Sunday, this week's video is going to be on the Vidar, the silent one, the avenger of Odin and his role in Ragnarok and stuff. And I like to, in case you've never watched any of my deity discussion videos before, I like to pull what I can and find what I can from historical texts or sources about how much this particular figure existed in Heathen times. Did they have a presence? Is there any documented texts that support that this figure was venerated in any sort of way? So I pull what I can from that, but then also mainly focus on what does this figure mean to us now in modern times? How does this figure work with us now as modern heathens? Do we have any workings with this figure? Do you have any workings? Have you done ritual with this figure? That sort of thing. Kind of open it up. So that's going to be this coming Sunday's video on Vidar. So what if we utilize Heathen in science? We could be so much more advanced. Man, hey, what about what we do now in the form of science and in the form of all the technology would be considered, some advanced magic and stuff at some point in time, in ancient times? For sure it would be. So how we utilize these spiritual practices to not just better ourselves, but better the communities and the collectives that we share weird with, and that we build frith and maintain frith with, could only lead to great things, I think. Travis has got an interesting, maybe Odin is the internet, said Matt Petrie. Maybe Odin is the internet. Interesting twist. You guys have thinking about that. For instance, yeah, right? Could just be another, he's got so many names, right? The seeker of knowledge, all these different things that Odin is known for, and that's one of them. What do? We seek knowledge and we use the internet. So yeah, that's an interesting little twist you added there, Matt. Like that. Travis says that, hey, Greg Strong over here from Raven Moonhearth. What's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for joining the live stream. We're talking about, we're talking about all kinds of stuff, but right now we're talking a bit about, we just got done talking about, the Norse creation myth. We just got done talking a little bit about, do you think Odin uses, modern things, or do the gods advance as we do, as humanity does? And I'm sitting here eating some spicy Carolina Reaper peanuts while we're talking about it, keeping that capsaicin rushing through my veins. So hail and welcome. Thank you, Greg. But Travis says that with celestial beings, the best way that you can explain this is with astral projection and vibration. Anyone who has studied astral projection is familiar with vibrations being the key to locating what you are seeking. That's why you've got the drumming. That's why you've got the golder. That's what's so important about, we talked about, I think in the last stream, about music and ritual and rhythm and ritual and things like that. And yes, it sets that tone, right? It kind of puts you in that mind to be able to accomplish these things that you're trying to accomplish. So yeah, those vibrations, those olfactory senses, things that are absolutely a part of being able to do what we're talking about doing. Absolutely. It is metaphysics. Matt says he doesn't feel the gods when using power tools, only when you use hand tools. And I'm sure that is shared in opinion by a lot of craftsmen. I know Matt is a big advocate for, handcrafted versus was it hand carved or hand? One thing is yes, it could look great. It could be tremendous in its appearance and turn out a great product, but there's power tools involved. He's like, hey, hand carved or handcrafted, whatever it is, the difference is there's more to it. No power tools touch Matt's work. So anything that he does, whether it's his, the god poles, or whether it's other pieces of art that he's got done, he does the rune sets, he does the rune pendants, all other different commission pieces. There's no power tools, there's no Dremels, there's no awls. Saying everything is his own hands, fueled by his own artistry and his own talent. Handmade, no power tools, handcrafted power tools. Thank you, Matt. I'm sorry for, I was drawing a blank on what the other one was, but yeah, handmade, right? Literally made by your hands. Handcrafted is that you could craft anything with the right tool, right? You could get the right power tools or whatever and craft anything, which is fine. I mean, not necessarily anything wrong with it, but don't pass your work off as one thing when it is definitely another, right? So you don't want to say it's handmade, but you've got, templates and power tools and all kinds of, that's handcrafted. You know what I mean? So you don't want to misrepresent what it is that you're putting out there. Wyatt says that the Norse stories never explain the concept of aliens. What if there's another tree somewhere in the universe besides Yggdrasil that was around long before ours with its own gods and beings? Well, I mean, every culture has its own beliefs in where life came from and what deities should be credited toward, you know what I mean? Like the spiritual aspect of life, you know what I mean? Like every culture has that. That's why I don't discount the existence of any other deities, which kind of blew my parents' mind, because like when I left the beliefs that they're in, which is, you know, Christianity, and left it all and followed what I'm doing, and they're like, well, how could you not believe in, you know, God, Jesus Christ, all this kind of stuff? I said, I never said I didn't believe in them. I mean, I believe in their existence. I mean, because who am I to say that they don't exist? That concept, that perception of a higher being or whatever, who am I to say? Never said that I didn't believe they exist. I just don't believe in the doctrines or the I don't follow the teachings that those people in that demographic, that, you know, religious view of things tends to follow. Never said that I didn't think they existed. And they're like, huh? How can you, how? I'm like, very simple. I mean, it's very simple, you know? I can look in the sky and I can see that the sky is blue, or, you know, the trees are green or whatever. And well, I want to believe it or not. Well, it is what it is. Now, granted, we're talking about things that you can't necessarily tangibly see or whatever, but it's like, hey, you know, at this point, I'm asking you, or not asking, but I'm saying to you that I believe in the fact that, you know, there's multiple gods and goddesses that exist in another realm that have been around for aeons and centuries or whatever. And when I hear the thunder, it reminds me of Thor. When I see a rainbow, it makes me think of Heimdall. And when I see cats, I think of Freya, or, you know, whatever, those, you know, crows and ravens and corvus, you know, I think of Odin, you know, and whatever it is. That sounds as ridiculous to the next person as them telling me, well, you know, Jesus walked on water and turned water into wine and raised the dead and all this. All right, it's all myth. It's all. Do we have anybody that can say for sure that these things actually happened, that they existed? No, it's all myth. It's all lore. It's, you know, so whatever. I'm not to say that one doesn't exist and this one does and that one does and this one doesn't. Not in that position, not in that. That's not what I do this for. That's not what I'm here for. It's not what I'm out here trying to do with my heathenry or with my spiritual practices. So yeah, I mean, hey, could there be other trees? Could there be other? Absolutely. Doesn't concern me though, because I'm focused on one specific thing, and so far as I'm concerned, like that's where I'm focused. That other stuff concerns those people, and it's very interesting, and it could be worth, you know, talking about. I'm all about learning, you know. Heck, man, I got a very good friend of mine. He's probably going to be featured on this channel, at least for an interview of sorts or a discussion of sorts, and he's Enochian. Okay, and I call him brother. I mean, the formalities and stuff have yet to be ironed out, but he's tribe to me. So, but so yeah, well, I hope that answered, well, maybe not necessarily answered the question, but gave you some other food for thought. What if the gods were aliens? All right, Matt. I mean, we're going there, right? We're going there. Again, we're talking about things that you know, people in regions of the world documented as trying to, I don't want to say rationalize, but like, you know, make sense or have a name or something to things that they experienced. So at some point, right, it was all UPG. It was all unverified personal gnosis. It was all stuff that you couldn't just be like, yep, that's for sure. So UPG became legend. Legend became myth. Myth became lore, and all these kinds of things became what we are doing now. It started off as somebody looking up and seeing something and thinking something, and ended up telling it to their kids, who then told it to their kids, who then told it to the right person, who ended up writing it down at some point. So could be anything, you know what I mean? the what ifs could it's a revolving door, I think. Joshua Smith, hail and welcome. I don't think I recognized you earlier. If you came in and said hi, I'm sorry if I missed you. But hail and welcome, Joshua Smith. It's all about the soul and heart put into the creations. Like Greg says, it's basically the umper/splitter discussion. Are all the gods just aspects of one great being that we can't understand? So we try to describe it like the blind monks trying to figure out what an elephant is, or each goddess is a separate being. Hey, I think we're all learning. We're all figuring things out. We're taking things that have been documented and written down by certain people at a certain time, and we're coming into a time, and we're in a place right now where we like to delve a little bit deeper into it, and we like to expand and think about certain things, you know. Matt should write down your grandpa's stories. I am a huge proponent for writing stories down, you know. Any stories that you have that aren't written down. We are in saga times, folks. Like, we are living in saga times. This is, I've mentioned it before. I know, matter of fact, it came up in a Zoom call that I was with Eric Shervin on that ended up being on this channel. We talked about the fact that, you know, we live in saga times, and the stories that exist now, the things that are happening now, will become sagas for later generations, for our descendants. So if we don't write it down, what kind of service are we, what kind of legacy are we leaving? You know, this in a way is somewhat of a saga. You know, like, I've got all this stuff out here on this platform, and, you know, this is my saga. This is my legacy, as it were, to some extent, right? There's obviously more to me than just what you see on camera, but Matt has a legacy, you know, Greg and Joshua and Travis and Troy and Wyatt, you know what I mean? Like, we all have our names that we want to be known, you know, we want that fair fame. Rambling Rattlesnake, your life is a story, so make it a good one. I feel like somebody else has said that before, but it's true. It's very true. So, for everybody that's here, haven't gained any brand new subscribers, but it's all, you know, it's all gravy. Let me just remind you all on how you can support the channel. Subscribe, share the videos, comment these live streams, join them, share them around, get some more people. Check out the link tree, share the link tree information. If you want to donate through PayPal or through other ways. You can, you know, buy rune sets. You can become a Patreon supporter. You can donate through Super Chat now, which is cool. So it's all there. Check it all out. So we talked about the the new video series. That was the third thing. So we talked about the deity discussion. We talked about the whole Odin and Belthorn and relationship, that thing, amongst other things that we're discussing here amongst ourselves. But wanted to talk a bit about the new mini series that's going to be running on this channel. So I have every intention to try and do a short, maybe like 5-6 minute long video 3 days a week. That's been the popular vote. There's been a poll up on the channel where everybody, I say everybody, but the majority of people voted for a 3 day a week format. So I'm thinking, we'll do Monday, Wednesday, and maybe Friday, or Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, or Monday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know. But the first one's going to come out on Monday, and it's going to be me reading from the Havamal, a random stanza. Not going to be in a sequential order or chronological order of the Havamal. It's not going to I'm going to be starting from 1. Next video is going to be stanza 2. Next video is stanza 3. No. It's going to be a random selection of a stanza from the Hallmark. I'm going to read it, and I'm going to kind of offer my own spin, not my own spin, but like my understanding of it and some talking points. Not going to make it a big long video, right? Because I want to do these as short, kind of like, you know, just things to maybe give you some things to think about throughout the day. So Monday morning is going to be the first video. Now I've asked, and I haven't got a whole lot of feedback as to what this video series should be called. All right. Now, one individual, commented on, because I posted it on Facebook and I posted it here on YouTube, and one individual did leave a comment, and their suggestion was call it Seymundur stanzas. Seymundur's stanzas. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And that was I had to do some research. I said, like, well, why that, right? Why Seymundur? So Seymundur Frode Sigurdsson, as you were, was born in 1056 and died around 1133. And evidently Icelandic chieftain / priest, and one of the first, or the first, chronicler of Icelandic history. So a lot of the things that came forth in like historical stuff was due to this fellow. And he has he's quite a reputation. So it was it was like kind of a kenning, right? Seymundur's stanzas kind of rhymes, like it just, you know, I'd say rhymes, but it kind of like rolls off the tongue. And I don't know, I was going to, you know, put it out here and see what everybody else thought, and any other suggestions that you guys may have or want to call this mini series. But it is going to be a three day a week video. So, you know, 5-6 minutes each. Just real quick, like, hey, here's your stanza for the day. Here's what it says to me. Here's what it means to me, that sort of thing. Nat says Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yeah. So, you know, again, the pattern or the order of things, or the schedule, I should say, of when it comes out. First one's going to be Monday. I'm thinking, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or I'd like to be consistent with it. Excuse me. So, thank you, Rambling Rattlesnake says, I like it. And I kind of did too. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't anything that I had heard about before, but then when I was reading about it, I was like, wow, this person is, you know, he was a scholar. He was known to have, you know, studied abroad, gotten a lot of knowledge, a lot of information. So if you want to look him up, and his name is, it's Seymundur. So I'll put it in chat just so you guys can see. If you just want to, you know, Google the name, you'll see like Seymundur Frode Sigurdsson or whatever, like a surname. Pretty interesting. So check it out. Well, we may call it that, even though I have, you know, no like ancestral ties to this guy or anything like that, you know, but it was a suggestion, and I told us that, you know, look, if you come up with a name and it's widely voted upon, not a lot of people, actually nobody has suggested a name for this video. And I was like, look, if you give me an idea, give me a name, the most voted on name, you get a shout out in my video. Crickets. But who was it that can't remember the name, Cole something. But anyway, if that's the one that we go with, if that is the name that we go with for the miniseries, then you'll hear about it in he'll be credited in the videos. So yeah, I can't find his. Let me try to find his post here and tell you who it was. But man, you know, guys, I'm like talked about these. Not sponsored, by the way. I'm inclined to. There's a peanut brittle recipe on the back of these using these things. You know what I wanted to do is I wanted to make a spicy Reaper peanut butter and like take a whole mess of these things, crush them up, add them to some regular peanut butter, add some other stuff to it, and make it like a spicy peanut butter. And then I've got this like really awesome blueberry Reaper ghost pepper hot sauce. It's a dessert sauce. Make like an amped up peanut butter and jelly kind of thing. So who knows? Maybe that'll be the next food item that gets shared on the channel. Wyatt, okay. What if the gods aren't real? What if our magic is coincidence? What if our trances are illusions? What if there is nothing after death? These questions scare me daily. Wyatt, you're asking questions that would scare pretty much anybody. The what ifs. What if what you're doing doesn't matter? You know? What if you walk out the door and a freaking plane drops out of the sky and kills you and everybody? What if a meteor hits the earth that scientists couldn't plan for? And, you know, what if you crap your pants for the rest of your life and you die, you know, a shriveled raisin? I don't know. The what ifs. Don't sweat the what ifs, man. Don't worry about the what ifs. If it feels right for you, focus on that. If it feels right, build on that. You know, the what ifs are gonna always scare you. The what ifs are the things that are going to make you question, should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? Shouldn't I be doing this? Shouldn't I be doing that? It's not healthy, right? It's not healthy for your own sake, and it's not healthy for those around you to worry about the what ifs. You know, I could wake up and be like, what if I lose my job? What if my car doesn't start? What if I get a flat tire and I'm going down the road and I have a blowout and I wreck and I kill 15 people? What, you know, the what ifs in any circumstance, in any context, are gonna eat you up. So I don't worry about the what ifs, and I would suggest and recommend that we don't either. Like, just don't worry about the what ifs. If it feels right for you. Now, if you're questioning it, and if you're you know, find something else. Do your research. Do your thing. You're young. You know, we've all got our lives ahead of us. We're just at various stages of life, right? We're all walking along our paths. Some of us are here. Some of us are there, right? Some of us are wherever we are. Shoot, man, I'm like, you know, I was in my 30s before I figured out what I was wanting to do with my own path and my own spirituality, my own life. So there's no rush. There's no rush. So that would be my own thoughts on what you just said. How did enchanting weapons work? Rambling Rattlesnake. In what like in what, I guess, context are you talking about enchanting weapons? Or you mean like carving runes on them? Or I mean for battle? Like I guess I'm not following the context of the question. If you want to elaborate. Maybe Wyatt already just responded. I'm a little bit late to the party. Matt, sorry. Yeah, there was no jab to you. I just read your comment. There's no jab to you, as I was saying. I was just using hypotheticals, you know, man. Peanut powder like PB2, no worries about oils, make it too runny. Good call out, Janet. A lot of ways to enchant an item. It is a broad question. Yeah, so I mean, a weapon for war, like if you're I know a lot of there's a lot of historical texts that support the fact that Tiwaz was used, or the Tiwaz rune was used to either carved in weapons and stuff to kind of bring in the power of Tyr. But so many of the runes have, you got to think, right? Tyr is a war god. He's an Aesir god, and of the warrior cult. So is Odin. So is Thor. So is Freya. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you could even say Freyr is as well, because in Ragnarok, in Heimdall even for that matter, because I mean, the gods they are all warrior class gods, but they all have a role in Ragnarok and in combat and in warfare. But specifically in ancient Germanic times, we do definitely know that Tyr was a war god. Odin is a war god. Thor and Freyr are typically referenced as gods of fertility. But I mean, the Thorn, right? And Uruz and some of these other runes that have power and defense and forward action associated with them could be used to either enchant or add some gusto or whatever to your item. So cool. Matt just finished Freya. Awesome. I can't wait to see. I know not everybody on here is on Facebook, but Matt, do you have any other, do you post your completed work? I know you're on Facebook a lot, but for a lot of the folks maybe that don't have Facebook or that don't use Facebook, do you have anything else that you keep your completed work, your like the most up-to-date stuff, if it's on your website, or any other place, you feel free to share that down below. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I'm looking forward to showing everybody my new Thor when and as I get it. So it'll probably be, I don't know. I know I'm like number 2 or 3 in the queue based off what Matt said earlier. So maybe like in the next month or 2, I'll be able to show it off here on the channel. So I'm looking forward to that. Carving runes into a sword to give it magical properties. Yeah, I mean, Rambling Rattlesnake, again, the sword is what it is. The bow is what it is. The spear is what it is. It is a inanimate object, and it is a tool used for a specific purpose, right? However, the addition of the runes can add that sort of, it can kind of get you into that like mind space and get you into that, headspace of it being intended for a specific thing. So if there is a sword dedicated for Tyr because he's a war god and he's, associated with right action and justice and all this, and the sword is a thing that he, you have Tiwaz, burned or etched or something into the blade or the pommel or the handle or whatever, that could definitely, put some more, like it's only as good as the person wielding it. But again, that added, I've done it with plenty of my, ritual items. I've got my I've got my ritual blade, which has Tiwaz, burned into the handle. There is my one of my ritual hammers, which I've used, which is, it has Puri sauce for, burned into it. So those things mean something based off of what you're, trying to accomplish, what you're trying to do. And I've also got my show this off. I don't think I've ever shown this off here on the channel before. I've got my ancestral candlelight holder, which has Othala, you know, for family, burned into the ends of it. And I just got some, you know, some knot work and stuff burned into it. But this candle holder, and this is my bind rune. This is my family bind rune that I made. But this whole candle thing was, of course, there's wax and stuff in it because I use it. Imagine that. And but so this was gifted to me by my mother, and I added the runes, and I blessed it with the binding of the runes for its specific purpose. So this doesn't get lit for any other reason, specifically for ancestral veneration and for ancestral work. My ancestors, and there's 3, right? So past, present, future. So it fits and it works well. So I you know, made a family bind rune that I burned into each side of this, and this is my ancestral candle holder. So it has a specific purpose, and it doesn't serve a purpose other than that. So but yeah. A lot of ways to enchant an item. Any questions that anyone has on Norse magic? Cool. So Matt has a video on YouTube for all his god poles and items and stuff. So definitely, everybody here watching, please subscribe to Matt Petrie, and also subscribe to Wyatt. I think, you know, we were all here last time trying to get this young man to, sorry for kicking the table again. That's like, what, the 4th time? Trying to get him to 100 subscribers. And I don't remember what the count is, but if you're new here, you want to support this young man, definitely do so. Tiwas, Thurisas, Manas, Agis, Hagalas, also Othala, if the weapon was brought down from others in the family, is, yeah. So, okay. So if we're talking about, you know, enchanting a weapon, what's the purpose? Why? What does that even mean to you? What is the reason for it? Intent is everything. The intent behind what you're doing definitely needs to be there, right? If you're just like, well, I think it looks cool, or I think it sounds cool, or like it's very superficial, right? You want to have an intent behind the reason. You know, just like I have a reason for burning the runes into the items that I have behind me. It's not because I thought it would look cool, and it's not because I thought I would get a, you know, people would like it or whatever. No, I did it for a very specific reason, and I had a very specific intent behind it. You know, so, you know, just being all random and willy-nilly about it, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get the results out of it that you maybe want. So again, knowing the context, understanding the context, the reason behind it, the intent behind it is what's going to, I think, produce the best results for you. So to kind of, you know, build off of what Wyatt said with some of the runes, like, yeah, those are all great, and those are all, they do have, you know, certain values and stuff attested to them or tied to them in their meanings, but it's all about intent. You know what I mean? It's all about reason and purpose. And there's some things that people could put on a ritual item or a weapon, and for one person it could mean something to them, and the other person, they could look at it and go, well, why did you do that? What kind of sense does that make? It makes no sense to me. Well, it's because it doesn't make any sense to you. It makes perfect sense to me and to what I'm doing and to what I'm trying to accomplish. So, you know, just some things to think about. 71 subscribers on Wyatt's channel. So, you know, all 8 of you who are watching and have been watching, if you haven't yet, subscribe to Wyatt's channel, and then invite one person each, or 2 people. Hell, invite 5 people each on your friends list to subscribe to his channel, right? And this kid could be to 100 subscribers in no time. So, which I have noticed, like my subscriber count has been a little bit wonky here lately. I'll gain some, lose some. It'll spike, it'll drop. But we got a substantial amount of people here tuning in and watching. Oh no, Wyatt, are you losing subscribers as we speak in real time? What is even up with that? What is even up with that? Hold on. I hope I didn't do anything to hurt your subscriber count, because that would be horrible. Horrible. I'm still showing you at 71 subscribers. Whoa. See that? But again, YouTube does that. YouTube does that weird thing. I'll look at my subscriber count and I'll be like, well, how did I lose 3-4 subscribers in the last 15 minutes? And I'll look back and like the next day or whatever, and it's the same or back up. So who even knows? Oh, I see what you're doing, Wyatt. Okay. All right. I see what you're doing. Here. Have one of these. I'll set you right. Impromptu 24th stream. So yeah, it is the 24th of July, and it is my mother's birthday. Of course, she's in New York and I'm in Tennessee. My sister's birthday is in 4 days. And so my mother's trying to remember now, 61 years old this year. And today was her birthday, so happy birthday, Mom, even though I know she doesn't watch any of these. Wish I could be there. Well, thanks, Travis, for subscribing to Wyatt's channel. Hour and a half long in to the live stream, guys, on a Friday night so far. I didn't promote this, and again, that could be my fault, but I'm going to try to make these a regular thing. Like I mentioned last week, every Friday, like to have, regular visitors and people, and then as the channel grows, we get more people. So far, no international viewers tonight, but that's okay. It's okay. Doesn't always have to be like that. Hey, what's up? We got Vilhjalmur there. I remember you from last stream. So hail and welcome to the live stream. Not sure when you came in here, but you're here now. Missed a bunch of the previous hour and a half long discussion of just various heathen talks while I've been eating these. These are addictive. Let me tell you what. They are Carolina Reaper, peanuts. And I picked them up in East Tennessee at where in the world did I get these from? One of my favorite stories is called All Sauced Up. And I also love the Pepper Palace, but All Sauced Up is they got a couple locations out in East Tennessee, and I love anytime I'm out that way, I love to stop in and see what kind of awesome sauces and seasonings and spicy snacks that they've got going on. I also picked up some Carolina Reaper jerky and a really delicious blueberry Reaper ghost pepper, scorpion pepper. super hot pepper blend blueberry sauce, which is great on ice cream. It's great on ice cream. It's great on waffles. It's great on cake, right? Which you wouldn't think, right? Because it's hot and you wouldn't think that it would be great on sweets, but it is. Rambling is Wyatt's 69th subscriber. Well, congratulations. They are amazing, Troy. Let me tell you. For anyone interested, again, you do not have to. Oh, by the way, they are peanuts, okay? And just so that you know, they are produced in a plant that uses peanuts, tree nuts, soy, and wheat products. But anyway, they're pretty readily available. I think you can buy them online. This is what they are. All right. You can just search for them. That is a registered trademark, by the way. I'm not being funny. I kind of censored it out for the thumbnail just so I didn't get yelled at by the YouTube police. But they they are pretty tasty. They are not very hot. I don't know, depending on what your heat tolerance is. But like for me, they're just like, I'm snacking on them this whole time. Not bad at all. I've had way hotter. Now, Blazing Foods, you guys probably seen circulating if you like spicy. The Death Nut Challenge, Death Nuts by Blazing Foods, that's legit. Like, too legit to quit. Hot. Very hot. East Tennessee is your neck of the woods. Awesome. So yeah, my wife loves to go to like Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, all that portion of the state. She loves it out there, and we try to make a trip, or at least stop by there once or twice a year. We're only like 4 hours or so from that area, so even if it's like last year around Labor Day, I think it was, we took like an extended weekend. We had like a 4-day weekend or whatever out of it. Left on a Thursday, checked in, spent Friday, Saturday, Sunday, came back Monday or something like that. It was awesome. Hot as all get out, but like seeing the sights and going to different places and stuff like that. And Smoky Mountain Knife Works, that's where I got this monstrosity. It's totally not functional, but it's where I got that Danish looking replication of a thing. So that was at Smoky Mountain Knife Works over there in Sevierville, Tennessee. But we like it, and try to head out there. Like I said, we went there just a few weeks ago on our way back from New York. We actually stayed overnight in Bristol, and then just drove the extra hour and a half or two out to like Sevierville, and then spent the day out there just shopping and hanging out and seeing the sights. So I've not skied in Gatlinburg. I've never actually gone there in the winter. Gone out there during like the fall months or whatever, but again, it's Tennessee, right? And it's even I've never gone out there during like the fall or like the colder months, rather. I've been out there in the fall, like October, but it's still like trying to see like the colors of the trees and stuff. Just way too hot. Still too hot. I'm from New York, you know what I mean? So like fall for me needs to be like 40s, maybe 50s tops, but 40s, crisp. And I'm like, this 80 degrees in October is for the birds. So, yeah, Smoky Mountain Knife Works is awesome, Joshua Smith. Thanks for commenting on that. Travis says, on a scale of 1 to 10, those particular peanuts are maybe a 5. They're more flavor than heat, which is pretty nice. Yeah, flavor is more important than heat. For me, these are like a 2 as far as heat. Like the Death Nuts from like Blazing Foods, their Carolina Reaper peanuts, still very flavorful, way more Reaper flavor to them, more Reaper heat. I would have to eat like a whole jar of these to even start feeling like at a 5 level for me. A 5 level for me means like I'm starting to sweat. My eyes are watering. Once I hit that, I'm at like a 5. I'm like halfway there. When you start getting into like the 8s and 9s or whatever, that means like my arms are going numb, you know, my face is vibrating, my ears are humming. I'm starting to get those, you know, endorphin rush feelings and stuff like that. So these are awesome. Like they're flavorful, but they're not like anywhere near like trying to like assault your capsaicin receptors. You know what I mean? The jackalope, man. I used to have a mounted jackalope years ago. Don't know what happened to it, but I used to have one. You get a lot of hot food, Travis. So do I. Average person with no tolerance, they are a little hot. Yeah, no. Like for instance, like my wife, no spice tolerance whatsoever. Like hates spicy foods. You know, if I gave her one of these, she's like, I can remember making a spaghetti sauce one time, and I added a little bit, and I mean a little bit. I'm talking like in a whole pot of spaghetti sauce, I added like maybe a teaspoon, if that, half a teaspoon of cayenne. And she's like, this spaghetti sauce is hot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Did you add pepper, like black pepper? What? She's like, no, it's hot. It's too spicy. I'm like, I added like a half a teaspoon of whatever cayenne. She's like, why did you do that? I can't eat it. So she has a very, very low tolerance for spicy stuff. These she would not enjoy. She likes like honey roasted peanuts, but she would not like these at all. But if you have any sort of tolerance to heat and spicy foods, these would be just like, okay, I recognize there's a little bit of, you know, heat to them. There's a little bit of spice to them. But nothing to like move your needle too much. You know what I mean? Have I seen the Wilson of Odin? Oh, the Wisdom of Odin on YouTube. Yeah. I have seen his channel, and I've checked out a couple of his videos, and I might even be subscribed. I'll have to double check. But that name has come up in a few different conversations and a few different discussions. I think I like what he's done on that channel. I don't think I've had any like red flags or whatever pop up for me with what he's done. So good call out, and I'll be sure to revisit and check out more of his content and maybe try to connect. Maybe, who knows? Maybe even get him in here, do a collaboration of sorts. You never know. Always about collaborating. You know what I mean? Always about collaborating. One hot Cheeto and your mouth catches on fire. You know, so the funny thing is right, like I never used to be like big into like spicy stuff. At least not to the extent that I am now. I don't know what happened. I started following some pages. I started following some YouTube channels. And next thing you know, I'm like, well, this is interesting. I'm going to start exploring this thing, right? Next thing you know, I'm like making my own hot sauces, growing my own peppers, trying all kinds of stuff, experiencing heat on another level that is like what most would probably consider like, you've got mental issues, dude. Like you've got issues. Like I've brought stuff to my parents and had my mom, like, she won't try it. My dad, he won't try it. And they look at me like I got two heads, like you're crazy. And I'm like, tell me something I don't know. But yeah, it definitely, like when you get into like all this, the super hots, and I'm talking like, you know, anything above habanero peppers, you know, way above like habaneros. We're talking like, you know, Scotch bonnets. We're talking Moruga scorpions. We're talking ghost peppers, reapers, Borg 9s. We're talking, you know, just all of those super hot strains of chilies, right? And but the crazy thing about it is, like, they're good for you. They actually are. They're good for you, right? Like they boost your metabolism, they boost your immune system. And it's just a matter of like how much you use and what kind of like effect you're trying to attain. Like for me, I'm like, I like something so spicy where it's like to the point where I'm like sweating, and the more I eat of it, the more I'm like getting those receptors are going off, and I'm getting like that endorphin rush. And you get that kind of like lightheaded feel, and you're like, whew, you know, it's cool. It's like a legal high, and it's good for your body. You know what I mean? So assuming you don't have like ulcers or things like that, but it's like good for your body to go through that type of stuff. Yeah, Greg subscribed to him too. We've talked about him, I think, before. At least, I don't know. The name has come up. The name of the channel has come up before. Maybe not in this circuit, but at least in other conversations I've had. I'm definitely familiar with that channel. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, man. You know what I mean? We will definitely see what happens. I am going to do something right now. And let you know how it turns out in terms of a collaboration with Wisdom of Odin. Like I said, I don't know. I've heard of him, and I don't know if he's heard of me or knows what I do. But we'll see. We'll throw out some feelers out there. You know what I mean? Does whiskey make the spice sting more or less? Any liquid will make the spice sting more, and here's why. So the capsaicin oils, right? Is it not water soluble, right? So anything that is an oil that gets into your pores, right? So the capsaicin is an oil. It's a chemical, and it's found in the oils in these peppers. So that's what makes a pepper hot, is the capsaicin, and it's an oil. So once it gets into your system, and it's like you're absorbing it through your mouth and taste buds and things like that. When you sip whiskey, or when you drink water or beer or juice or soda or whatever, the only thing you're doing is reactivating those oils and spreading them around your body more than what they already were. So it's like it's throwing gasoline on the fire. Now, milk and dairy and things like that will counteract the effects of the capsaicin. Another thing that will do that is either granulated salt or sugar. So if you're like having a freaking fit over spicy foods and you're like, I can't handle anymore, if you get like some salt, swish it around your mouth, spit it out, the salt draws the oils out. Same thing with sugar. It'll the grains or whatever, it like pulls the oils out from your tongue and mouth and whatever. Spit it out, and it'll calm you down way sooner. But dairy does tend to neutralize the effects of the capsaicin. But anything else, water, whiskey, beer, soda, juice, anything like that, it's cold, and it's going to like in like 2 seconds you'll feel like a brief relief. But then when you swallow or discharge the fluid, it's gonna like set you back on fire again, even worse. So that's what I've come to know. Wyatt's asking what made me want to come to heathenry. So I've talked a little bit about this in at least one specific video, like what drew me to heathenry. Might even be the title of my video. But I mean, I've talked about it enough in my other videos and on these live streams that, you know, hey, I come from a background of Christianity. I was raised for, 2 decades to believe in a certain thing and to follow a certain doctrine, worldview, that sort of stuff. But I didn't transition from Christianity into heathenry straight away. I left the faith, as it were, right? I kind of broke away from that belief because there was a lot of things that I was just experiencing that just didn't sit well with me, didn't fit right to me, didn't make sense to me. I started thinking on my own instead of just being told to believe something. And so it took me a while to even decide what it was that I wanted to have in terms of, like, you know, spirituality, my faith, whatever. I kind of went just rogue for a minute. I just was like, I mean, I don't believe in anything, you know, so you call it atheist, like, whatever. But I knew there was something out there. I knew there was something that was like, there's something that is beyond just what's on the surface. There's something that calls to me, and there's something that I feel pulling me in a direction. I wasn't sure what that direction was. And then I started getting, I started seeing more things about, and it would probably was due to the surge of popularity with the TV show Vikings. All right. I'm not ashamed to admit that that was probably one of the things that drew me into this path. I was like, well, I like that kind of stuff, because I like the whole, like, medieval reenactment, LARPs, Renaissance festivals, all that kind of stuff. I like that. I'm like, oh, wow, cool. There's supposedly some historical things that support what this show is about. Well, me being who I am, like to do my own research, find out about certain things, realize, okay, well, this show is not as historically accurate as most people like to think. Matter of fact, there's a lot of gaps in there. So the more research I did, the more I understood. I was like, well, this is interesting, and then I started understanding about the cultural traditions and the views of spirituality from Northern Europe, and it felt like a natural pull for me to follow in that direction and to learn more about the spirituality of my ancestors from that region, since I have so much tied up there. Got a lot of German and Dutch ancestry, so like it just made sense to me. It fit. So the more research I did, and the more it just fit right. Like, it was like the shoe that fits, or the glove that fits, or you put on a piece of clothing and you're just like, yes, this is mine now. That's what it just felt like. It felt like home to me. So it was a natural, organic growth into this path, and it was a search for something that drew me to heathenry. It was a search for something that I didn't have in Christianity. I questioned a lot of things in Christianity, and hey, like we mentioned earlier, you can question a lot of things, the what ifs, the what ifs, the what ifs. But what heathenry gave to me was like, you know what? You don't have to have the answers to everything. You don't need to know everything. There's a lot of things that you aren't going to have the answers for, and you don't have to have the answers for. Answers will come. You will learn more things, and you will grow as you are supposed to. Yera, right? Everything in time. The harvest comes when it's supposed to come, and you will grow in your own proper time. So that's what drew me to heathenry. Yeah, so thank you, Wyatt, for that. Origins already, curiosity, the search for the true God, explored in multiple practices. Yeah, I think you've talked about it either in the comments of a live chat or live stream, or in one of your videos where you kind of have, multiple. You've tried a lot of things. You've seen what fits. You've experimented, as it were. So what you find, what fits, where you feel like at home, as it were, you stay there. So yeah, like all the popular bits are based on heathenry. These are Christians, crucifixion, Ostra, Yule, Odin sacrificing himself to himself. Yeah, I mean, funny thing is, like, the more I got into heathenry and the more that I started, like, doing research and getting, like, familiar with, like, some of the sagas and the historical texts and things that kind of helped me formulate my view of heathenry and how I wanted to develop as a heathen, the more I started becoming disinterested in the TV show Vikings. Like the first 3 seasons or 4 seasons or whatever, I was like, yeah, this is cool. I like it. Even though I disassociated it with like reality and real heathenry. I just like followed it for the entertainment. But then after that, the more I learned, I was like, I'm not even entertained by this anymore. Now, then I came across The Last Kingdom a couple years ago. I like that a whole lot better, even though it's kind of in the same vein as Vikings and it's on Netflix. But The Last Kingdom, to me, touched upon some more historically. It seemed to be more historically structured than what Vikings was. And then I discovered Norseman, which is absolutely hilarious. And season 3 just came out the other day, which I have yet to watch, which I may do this weekend. Get up on that. But the interesting thing about it is that I noticed more things about the Norseman series on Netflix that has more historical, because they were, they made reference to the All thing. They had the Homgong. They had the Utaseta. They had the, like various different things that they make references to in that show. That was like, well, that was a thing in those societies, and that was kind of cool. Like, even though they took it to a comedic level, and just to be funny with it, there was more historical value in that show than in all the other ones that was trying to be like, well, this is how it was, and it was, with the whole like the hairstyles and the armor and the whatever. It was like, I wasn't even interested in that so much anymore to be entertained by it as I was like, well, you can make it as entertaining if you try to maybe focus on the historical parts of it even more. That would make it even more interesting to me. So, yeah, Greg, Norseman is hilarious, right? Is your assicle ready for season 3? It's an inside joke. If you haven't seen the series yet and you don't know, find out who has Netflix if you don't already, and just watch Norseman, because it's like, it's like Monty Python level of humor. But it's for what it is, it definitely hits the mark. It definitely hits the mark. So the schooner whipping episode, yeah. Man, you know what I feel like doing? I feel like starting the series from season 1 and just watching it all the way through and doing like a marathon, because it's been so long since I've watched Norseman, and I don't even remember where season 2 leaves off. Everything that happened in the Bible why it says was taken from paganism, Christmas, Easter, everything is why I'm a heathen. Christianity is a guide to control people. I mean, look, the traditions and stuff that you read about in or that Christians have taken from, do they have pagan roots? Yeah, absolutely. They've been around longer than that. I mean, yeah, probably too. There's and it's not just specific to like one area of the world. Everyone has certain customs and traditions based off of their region that you could make an argument of, like, well, that happened before this and this happened before that. It's absolutely true. Yeah, the Utastoop. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Greg. That was the other one, Utastoop. So Wyatt says, Jesse, as a person, probably didn't even exist. If he did, where is his body? Where's whose body? Did I miss something? Did I miss a comment? Did I miss something here? Long decomposed. Yeah. I don't know. Bodies rot, flesh dies. Flesh rots, bones rot, things just rot and decompose. Jesus. Oh, Jesus, where's his body? You know, I mean, again, we're, you know, if we can find him, the Neanderthal bodies, we can definitely find him. Oh, okay. So I was missing, I guess I missed the reference to Jesus or whatever, but I don't know. Doesn't concern me. Could it, you know, was he a person? Is he a person? Why was his remains never found? I'm not an archaeologist. I don't know. Certainly doesn't make sense why, like, if we can find all these other things, why we wouldn't find that. Have we found anybody else attested to in biblical sources, right? Where's Moses? Where's Noah? Where's King David? Where's all the prophets, you know, and King Solomon? And hey, you know, we definitely have some of the remains of the pharaohs, but seems like the Egyptians were way more, they were way better at documenting things than Germanic societies were. I was wondering why you said Jedi, Travis. Where the Jedi? Where they are? I don't know. Greg says unlikely to be found. We're fairly sure he was a real person, but there's more to it than that. Yeah. Yeah. All the various, like, you know, you say Neanderthals, the human type of that's like the dinosaurs too, you know what I mean? Like all the bones and everything that we've found over the years, like where does that even fit into Norse mythology? It's never even been thought of, you know, it wasn't even brought up in Norse mythology. Has it been talked about in other mythological sources from other cultures? I don't know. I don't study that. I don't know. Fact is, and archaeological remains are what they are, and they exist, and they were here, and we've been able to at least come up with some real, you know, reasonable assumption or idea that there were massive, freaking just crazy things that walk the face of this planet, at least at some point in time. So it does. It gets into some pretty intense, pretty cool discussions, which are best done in person. But over like an online discussion forum, like we can still do it. Like we can still talk about it. Like I'm not opposed, but it's definitely not my area of expertise, and I cannot stand how whited out everything looks behind me. Sorry for keep bringing that up, but I've got to figure out. I got to figure out how to hook my camera up to this thing and get a better streaming, because man, you guys are awesome. First and foremost, you know what I mean? Like you've been sticking around now with me for nearly 2 hours, looking at this like pasty white, horrible rendition of something. I'm gonna try and figure out a better format to do this in by next week. No promises, but I'm hoping to do that. So, able to find dinosaur fossils. Well, yeah. You know, you guys want to see a really cool dinosaur fossil? You'll never see anything like this ever in the world. I'm sure of it. You'll never find anything else like this on the planet. Whoa. Can you believe that? There's more to it than that. Whoa. Look at that freaking claw. Can you believe that claw? What is even this? Is it a dinosaur? Is it a Tyrannosaurus? Is it a Velociraptor? Or is it just a freaking knife that doesn't... It's that. It's made by United. And I don't know. It's just this thing right here. See what I mean? What happened if I just like right in the throat? The live stream ended. The live stream kept going, and I'm just like, guys, I'm no, but yeah, it's that thing. That is not a fossil. I misled you guys. That is not a fossil. That is certainly not a fossil. This is not a fossil either, but I picked this up in Gatlinburg. It's cool, like pipe. My wife got it for me. Little skull Viking dude. Look, he's got like one eye missing, you know? Isn't that cool? And so here's the cool thing about it. Like, you can like, you can't tell, but like if I was to, you can set it up like that, right? You can set it down when you're smoking, but then you can hold it. You can hold it in any number of ways, you know, whatever you're comfortable to do. Hold it like this, but this is how I like to do it. I like to do it like this. Isn't that cool? Because it's like the horns of the helmet and the bone or the stem of the pipe. It just like fits well, you know? So you can be like, puff, 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 whatever. Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. My wife got that for me in Gatlinburg. No, sorry, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, out that area. OBS is a free download, and I believe it has a way to adjust light exposure. You know what? I have OBS, and I can't figure it out for the life of me. And I'm not an idiot when it comes to the tech stuff, but it doesn't seem, I don't know. Like I have it linked to stream through here, but I think it's because of the webcam on this, because this is just a basic like Dell. It's just a Latitude laptop, you know, very basic. So the graphics cards on it are probably not that great. I don't know if I hook up my camera on it, if it's going to be any better. So we shall see. We shall see. But I have Streamlabs OBS on my laptop. Not watching, just listening. Matt, that's cool. I wouldn't watch me either. You're awesome though, man. Appreciate the support. Joshua Smith, let me just back up here because I know you've been on here and you haven't commented on. I want to recognize you, man, because I appreciate you chiming in. Josh said the biggest issue he has with is the dogmatic stance of be this or be that or burn. Heathenry to me allows the freedom to read and learn for your own self and discover your own path. It's non-dogmatic, you know what I mean? There's no, you're going to get some people that are like, well, you're doing it wrong because of this, that, right? You're going to get those people, you know? But I'm not in any position, and I don't think anybody is, to say that you're doing it wrong. Your view of heathenry, your worldview of heathenry is going to be what it is. And it's also going to be, if you're tied to a tribe, you know, your tribal traditions, your tribal culture, your tribal views, you know, that sort of thing. So, like, for instance, you know, Greg is here in the live chat. You know, we talk about a lot of things, and his tribe is, I'm not a member of his tribe, and my tribe is, you know, we are two separate parties, you know, collectives, whatever. And even though his tribe may be more established than mine, you know, we still are able to meet and talk and have discussion, about things, and have it be very amicable, and we can learn from each other. We're not sitting here trying to be like, well, you know what? If you're not doing it the way my tribe does it, then you just need to, you know, you need to stop. You're not heathening right. None of that, you know? So there's no pressure. There's no like animosity. And that's what I love about heathenry as well. So, that's a great discovery. Why it said sell it. Do I have an iPhone? No, I don't, Travis. I have an Android, and I don't typically stream through my mobile device because I like to have a sustainable internet connection, so I'm like hardline into my router because I don't like Wi-Fi can dip in and out, and I've had live streams just like crash on me because of Wi-Fi issues. So I like to have that, you know, hardline plugged in sort of deal. United Cutler has some decent fantasy stuff. Yeah, you're right, Troy. They do. OBS does take a little bit to figure out. You fine tune it. It's wonderful. Well, Joshua, maybe I'll play around with it more. But like, I had to link the stream key through OBS to be able to stream through YouTube, because YouTube won't even let you stream unless you have some sort of software or whatever downloaded or installed. Gil Hibben knives. Hey, Troy, you want to talk about a Gil Hibben knife? Check this bad boy out. I've had this forever, and it's been through heck. I know exactly who you're talking about with Gil Hibben. This is a Gil Hibben knife. This is the Griffin from the year 2000. Looks like a friggin' spaceship, right? The lighting doesn't do it justice, but let me try this with fiddle. I was doing it before. It was like, hang on. Yeah, doesn't really change it a whole lot, but you get it. That's a Gil Hibben knife. I've had this thing forever. My uncle got it for me. Like I said, this is from the year 2000, and it's 2000, so 20 years old. 20-year-old Gil Hibben. I don't even know what he spent on it. Travis says, when it comes to doing your beliefs wrong, the people who sit there and try to judge your personal craft aren't worth listening to. Open discussion is great. Being a is not. Totally understood. Yeah, totally agree. Friend of mine, his name is Richard, and we call him what you just said. And he's marketing it as a thing. You know, he's got a shirt that says Big D Energy, because that's his name, right? Richard Dick. That's a, you know, Dick Van Dyke. It's a nickname. So if you are a Richard, don't be a Richard for the sake of being a Richard. If your name is Richard, then that's fine, but don't be a Richard. Don't be a big Richard. You have an Android with the camera and you hate it with the passion. Well, you see, man, look at this thing. It's an LG. First of all. Second of all, my provider is Cricket. Strike two, right? I don't know if you can tell, but like the screen is all busted and cracked to piss. And so I can take pictures and whatever, and it's fine. Like, I've actually shot videos on this, and it works fine for doing video. But the Wi-Fi thing, like I could do Wi-Fi on my laptop too, but it just eats up the bandwidth or whatever. So, all right, Matt, take it easy. Thanks for joining. Good to see you. Thank you for joining the live stream. Don't play with don't play with knives now, Viking boy. Speaking of knives, you guys like Rambo? You guys ever seen Rambo? I got the First Blood knife, and it's got the, you know, cord handle, and it's got the hollowed thing for like the survival kit, the compass, and all that. But this knife, you see that? Where is it? Right there. The big, tall, thin-looking thing in the background there. The staff right here. That's a maple branch, and I whittled whatever, removed the bark off of my staff, my wandering staff, right here with this knife. And I have not worked on that staff in a while, and it needs more work to be done. That other gnarly piece right here, that like frat gnarly twisted thing, Greg's here, or at least he was. That came from Greg. Pretty cool piece of wood. That's what she said. Um, I pointed at you, you crazy. Chill out, Rambo. Oh man, I've got, and that's just one of, you saw 3 knives. I've got a huge knife collection. 4 display cases that I can't like just bring into frame. Here's a funny like novelty item. Well, I'll show this one because this one always gets I always get a kick out of this one. This is the Gold Dragon pocket knife. What's up, Greg? Still there? Yeah. So that big, that gnarly piece of wood right here that I'm pointing at. This came to me as a gift from Greg here in the live stream. But anyway, here is the Gold Dragon pocket knife, and you got to have some pretty big pockets for this one. Isn't that extra? Isn't that extra? I don't even know where the heck I got this and who gave it to me. But this is prime material all the way from China. Stainless steel in China. And I can guarantee you that this sucker would guarantee you entry into Valhalla. Don't quote me on that. But you guys know I'm kidding, right? Yeah. Collect knives. I've collected knives most of my life, and that's one that's been in my collection for goodness, man. Probably about as long as that Gil Hibben knife that I just showed you, that I've had in my collection. So the flame of your comedic life. Well, Wyatt, if that's all you can do in life, then you've accomplished something. No, but I enjoy being made to laugh. I enjoy laughter, right? I enjoy that. There's so much crap in the world, everybody. Like there's just not enough to even go over in terms of like how messed up and crazy the world is. So anything that we can find to bring some levity and to bring some laughter and to bring some enjoyment to life. Sitting here talking with everybody during this live stream now for 2 hours and going on 15 minutes on a Friday night. So thank you all for being here. Why, it's observing your big piece of wood, Greg. It's twisted and knotty. Naughty as in like knots, not naughty as in like bad. I didn't say naughty. I said naughty. And that's not my accent. It's not my northern accent because I'm not from Massachusetts. I'm from New York, not Massachusetts. I don't park my car in the yard. I park my car in the yard. Get it right. Did a bottle of wine come with that giant kickback because it's pure cheese? Man, I like that. I'm gonna have to start using that. Because that is platinum right there. You should I don't know where you got that from, but if that's a Troy Hartman classic, then you need to trademark that, because that lockback come with a bottle of wine, because that's pure cheese. Man. Signed, sealed, delivered. Love it. Naughty piece of wood you got there. Yeah. You need one of those pocket knives. You got some deep pockets, do you now? Maybe people would quit stealing my knives at work. Yeah. Oh man. I'm all for, some some good humor, some gentle ribbing, some you guys like the poem Locust Center, right? The fleeting thing, where it's like Loki says all this stuff about the gods, and they say, I mean, it's like a rap battle, right? Medieval rap battle. I love a good rap battle in humorous context. Speaking of, how about some stories from Epic Tales, Norse Myths and Tales? Love this book, by the way. Love the twist or the way the author puts their spin on some of the Norse tales. On a roll. Yeah, Wyatt, on fire. On fire. Witty when you smoke. Well, hey, keep it coming, man. If you're wrong, then I don't want you to be right. Let's see here. What would be a good story to... Let's see, what's it, 84? 84? Gotta find my pages here. Whoop, hold on. Let's see. Trying to find something fun to do here. Thinking about... who is it? Was it who was talking about the swords earlier, or the enchanting of weapons earlier? Who was that? That was... I don't know if they're still here or not. They were in Kentucky. Maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while since Rambling Rattlesnake. You still out there? Are you still out there, Rambling Rattlesnake? So I was going to read something about Tyr's sword. If you're still out there, if anybody's interested, and if you're not, well, you might be. Yeah. So Tyr's sword. There he is. There you are, Rambling Rattlesnake. Didn't mean to misappropriate you there. But anyway, Tyr's sword, right? So let's see what we got here. Tyr, or Zeus, was the son of Odin, and according to different mythologists, his mother was Frigg, queen of the gods, or beautiful giantess whose name is unknown, but who was a personification of the raging sea. Now I'm going to pause right there because, as I recall, was it Heimskvida when Tyr and Thor go and fetch the cauldron? I want to say that it was Tyr's mother who was in Hym's home, or was it his grandmother? I don't know. I could be off there. It was mother or grandmother. Cool. Anyway, so Tyr is the god of martial honor and one of the 12 principal deities of Asgard. Although he appears to have had no special dwelling there, he was always welcome to Vingolf, or Valhalla, and occupied one of the 12 thrones in the great council hall of Gladsheim. As a god of courage and of war, Tyr was frequently invoked by the various nations of the north, who cried to him, as well as to Odin, to obtain victory. That he ranked next to Odin and Thor is proved by his name, Tu, having been given one of the days of the week, Tuesday. So two, I believe two and Zu are some of the Proto-Indo-European names of Tyr. Same figure, but just we're looking at like linguistics, right? So Tuesday is the modern English Tuesday. Under the name of Zu, Tyr was the principal divinity of the Suebians, who originally called their capital the modern Augsburg, Zeusburg. These people, venerating the god as they did, were wont to worship up under the emblem of a sword, his distinctive attribute, and in his honor held great sword dances, where various figures were performed. Sometimes the participants, forming two long lines, crossed their swords, point upward, and challenged the boldest among their number to take a flying leap over them. At other times, the warriors joined their sword points closely together in the shape of a rose or wheel, and when this figure was complete, invited their chief to stand on the navel, thus formed of flat shining steel blades, and then they bore him upon it through the camp in triumph. The sword point was further considered so sacred that it became customary to register oaths upon it. A distinctive feature of the worship of this god among the Franks and some other northern nations was that the priests called druids or godi offered up human sacrifices upon his altars, generally cutting the bloody or spread eagle upon their victims. That is to say, making a deep incision on either side of the backbone, turning the ribs thus loosened inside out and tearing out the viscera through the opening thus made. We're talking about the blood eagle. Of course, only prisoners of war were treated thus, and it was considered a point of honor with Northern European races to endure this torture without a moan. I want to say that is pretty widely accepted as historical fact, but I can't say for certain, just based off of what I'm reading here. I don't know for sure that the blood eagle, enduring a blood eagle without making a sound was considered honorable. I've heard of that in various things. Anyway, these sacrifices were made upon a rude stone altars called dolmens, which excuse me, which can still be seen in Northern Europe. As Tyr was considered the patron god of the sword, it was deemed indispensable to engrave the sign or rune representing him upon the blade of every sword, an observance which the Edda enjoined upon all those who were desirous of obtaining victory. And as I mentioned earlier, talking about the Tiwaz rune or the Tyr rune being inscribed or burned onto weapons to invoke victory, that kind of reflects and mirrors the sentiment. All right, Joshua, well, take care. Thanks for joining. Going to continue reading on here. So Tyr was identical with the Saxon god Saknot, from sax meaning sword, and with Heru or Sheru, the chief divinity of the Cheruski, who also considered him god of the sun and deemed his shining sword blade an emblem of its rays. Now, if I mispronounced anything to anyone who is more well versed in Saxony or Saxon heathenry, I apologize. Now, according to an ancient legend, Sheru's sword, which had been fashioned by the same dwarves, sons of Evald, who had also made Odin's spear, was held very sacred by its people, to whose care he had entrusted it, declaring that those who possessed it were sure to have victory over their foes. But although carefully guarded in the temple, where it was hung so that it reflected the first beam of the morning sun, it suddenly and mysteriously disappeared one night. A Vala, or druidess, or prophetess, consulted by the priests, revealed that the Norns had decreed that whoever wielded it would conquer the world and come to his death by it. But, in spite of all entreaties, she refused to tell who had taken it or where it might be found. Now, some time after this occurrence, a tall and dignified stranger came to Cologne, where Vitalis, the Roman prefect, was feasting, and called him away from his beloved dainties. In the presence of the Roman soldiery, he gave him the sword, telling him it would bring him glory and renown, and finally hailed him as emperor. The cry was taken up by the assembled legions, and Vitalis, without making any personal effort to secure the honor, found himself elected emperor of Rome. The new ruler, however, was so absorbed in indulging his taste for food and drink that he paid but little heed to the divine weapon. One day, while leisurely making his way towards Rome, he carelessly left it hanging in the antechamber of his pavilion. A German soldier seized this opportunity to substitute in its stead his own rusty blade, and the besotted emperor did not notice the exchange. When he arrived at Rome, he learned that the Eastern legions had named Vespasian emperor, and that he was even then on his way home to claim the throne. So searching for the sacred weapon to defend his rights, Vitalis now discovered the theft, and overcome by superstitious fears, did not even attempt to fight. He crawled away in a dark corner of his palace, whence he was ignominiously dragged by the enraged populace to the foot of Capitoline Hill. There, the prophecy was duly fulfilled, for the German soldier who had joined the opposite faction, coming along at this moment, cut off Vitalis's head with the sacred sword. The German soldier now changed from one legion to another and traveled over many lands, but wherever he and his sword were found, victory was assured. After winning great honor and distinction, this man, having grown old, retired from active service to the banks of the Danube, where he secretly buried his treasured weapon, building his hut over its resting place to guard it as long as he might live. When he lay on his deathbed, he was implored to reveal where he had hidden it, but he persistently refused to do so, saying that it would be found by the man who was destined to conquer the world, but that he would not be able to escape the curse. Years passed by, wave after wave. The tide of barbarian invasion swept over the parts of the country, and last of all came the terrible Huns under the leadership of Attila, the Scourge of God, as he's named. And as he passed along the river, he saw a peasant mournfully examining his cow's foot, which had been wounded by some sharp instrument hiding in the long grass. And when search was made, the point of a buried sword was found sticking out of the soil. So Attila, seeing the beautiful workmanship and the fine state of preservation of this weapon, immediately exclaimed that it was Charu's sword, and brandishing it above his head, he announced that he would conquer the world. Battle after battle he fought by the Huns, who, according to the saga, were everywhere victorious, until Attila, weary of warfare, settled down in Hungary, taking to wife the beautiful Burgundian princess Ildiso. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right at all, whose father he had slain. The princess, resenting the murder of her kin and wishing to avenge it, took advantage of the king's state of intoxication upon his wedding night to secure possession of the divine sword, with which she slew him in his bed, once more fulfilling the prophecy uttered so many years ago. The magic sword again disappeared for a long time, to be unearthed once more for the last time by the Duke of Alva, Charles V's general, who shortly after won the victory of Mühlberg in 1547. The Franks were wont to celebrate yearly marital games in honor of the sword, but it is said that when the heathen gods were renounced in favor of Christianity, the priests transferred many of their attributes to the saints, and that this sword became the property of the archangel Saint Michael, who has wielded it ever since. Tyr, whose name was synonymous with bravery and wisdom, was also considered by the ancient northern people to have the white-armed Valkyrs, Odin's attendants, at his command. And they thought that he it was who designated the warriors whom they should transfer to Valhalla to aid the gods on the last day. A little bit of history, a little bit of interesting background stories there. So I'm glad that we had the discussion early about the charming of weapons or the enchantment of weapons for battle, because I never knew that. I hadn't read that story before, so that was really interesting. The book is called Epic Tales, Norse Myths and Tales. This is very readily available. You can get it online. I picked this up at a Barnes & Noble for about $20. So again, I don't want to claim this as any sort of reliable source. Reading some of the myths that are transcribed through here, they take some poetic license with this, but that sounded pretty historically based. So I would always like to try and reaffirm the stories or you know the information read in a book like this with some actual academic sources to confirm this, but I have no reason to think otherwise. So that is the name of the book. It's Epic Tales, Norse Myths and Tales. You'll probably find some other books like this that are, you know, Greek myths and tales, Roman myths and tales, Egyptian myths and tales. There's a whole like series of these, but this is the Epic Tales, Norse Myths and Tales. Try and say that 3 times fast. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed that. I did. I learned a little bit, right? I'm always about adding more to this sack of meat rolling around in this dome of mine. You know what I mean? All right. Well, what else do we got? 2.5 hours in. Anybody else have anything they want to chime in about, or shall we move on? I got all the time in the world. Just about 6 viewers watching live right now. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I sure did. So definitely be sure to subscribe and tune in this Sunday for the continuation of the deity discussion series, where we're going to be talking about Vidar, right? The Avenger of the Gods. So for anybody that's still here at the tail end of this live stream, the links that I just posted for Linktree, all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings, the PayPal links for you to send donations directly to the channel if you want to super chat donate before the end of this whole thing. I mean, I'm just here. I'm here. You're here. We're here. You guys are great. And I'm not rushing you off. I'm not pushing you out of here. I'm not saying this is it. We're done. I'm just saying, what else do we got? You want to talk about anything else? Obligatory anti-smoking message. Yeah. Kids, stay in vegetables. Don't eat your school, and eat your school. Right? Is that what they say? Stay in vegetables, eat your school. Is it the end? I mean, is it the end? No, you tell me. You guys are running the show. You're the real MVPs. You're sitting here with me, talking with me. What else do you want to hear about? What else do you want to talk about? The story of Tyr and his sword was actually pretty cool, educational. I like that. Got the stories about the giants, the dwarves, the elves. Yeah, no, right, Travis or Troy. Sorry, the Viking Age. So the reason why I see like Travis and Troy, the reason why I'm like your like profile images are the same color. So I was like, I saw the T and I was like, oh, I gotta zoom. Nope. So Troy said that he's, the Viking Age isn't where heathenry begins. Leaps and bounds is it not where it begins. Like there were so many things already happening before the Viking Age that heathenry existed in. It just wasn't documented, or at least so clearly documented, right? Read the last comment. It will speak quite a few conversations. Okay, so why is it? Let's see here. Is it really a good thing to worship the same gods as the Vikings? They weren't really good people. They were actually kind of sick. Also, read the last comment. I mean, people are people, right? People are. Every society has had their scourges of society. People who are just downright trash. But to say like, I think at least I hope to think I've talked a bit about this. We are not Vikings. The Vikings weren't a people. It was the Viking Age. That term tends to be synonymous with the people of Scandinavia. But Viking was a trade. It wasn't even a trade. It was more or less a recreational hobby, right? So think of it this way. If you were to go Viking, it would be the same as to say, I'm going to go hiking. I'm going to go swimming. I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to go do a thing. I'm going to go fish. I'm going to go hike. I'm going to go swim. I'm going to go do the thing. So to go Viking was a seasonal, recreational hobby to bring value to the societies, right? So they had to, like, there wasn't a whole lot of trade going on at the time. There wasn't a whole lot of societal trades and everything going on. They were pretty cut off. So they had to expand. They had to go out. They had to figure out, like, well, where are we going to go? So what they would do, they would go and they would raid. They would go and they would leave their homes and their whatevers, and they would go and they would find places, and they were like, you know what, this is worth something. Let's bring it back and let's use it for the betterment of our societies. So to go Viking was a thing. It was the deed that you did. And yes, did they do some horrible things? Yeah, absolutely. But look at I mean, that's all over the place. Look at how the American nation was built. Genocidal maniacs. Horrible. You know what I mean? And that was in Northern Europe. Leif Erikson came over here 500, 600 years or whatever before Christopher Columbus and was like, you know what? I'm good. Went back. Did the thing. But, worshiping and venerating the gods of Northern Europe is what I would say. It's what you are ancestrally tied to. It's you're going to, at least this is how I felt it. Okay, guys, this is how I felt it. Is that I've felt drawn to the gods of my ancestors because of the ancestral pull. More of heathenry, or the core of heathenry, I think, is yes, honoring and venerating the gods, but there's way more to it than that. If you are not honoring and venerating your ancestors in the Vatir along the way, maybe even more so in your daily practices, and you're missing out. You're hugely missing the mark. And I'm not the one out here, like I mentioned before, to say that you're heathening wrong or you're doing it wrong. But the gods and the goddesses and the realms of the sacred, they have connections to us in certain ways and in certain manners. Our ancestors are more vastly interested in us, the Vatir that we share existence with, whether it be Husvatir, Landvatir, the spirits of the land and the home that we share existence with. These are the relationships that we need to cultivate and maintain good, luck with. So worshiping the gods and venerating the gods and all that, yes, it's a part of it. But there's more to it than that. And it's ancestral veneration and respecting and honoring the Vatir of our land and of our homes. Yeah, so like to Troy's point, right? I'm just catching up on some of the comments, right? During the Viking Age, heathenry was in its decline because at that point, you've already reached the conversion period and you're in the throes of Christianity being a very influential part of Scandinavia. So it's just that during the Viking Age and between like the 700s and 1100s, that's when a lot of the myths and the lore and all that kind of stuff came through in documented form, right? Snorri Sturluson and some of the other sagas and everything like that. Like that's when all that stuff started getting written down. It's because of the education of the monks that became part of the societies at the time. The Germanic peoples and everything that weren't converted and that didn't have that sort of push or whatever. They just didn't have the means. They didn't have the understanding or the education to be able to write stuff down, right? So then you had all these people that were like, okay, well, now we got to document all this stuff that's these people are talking about. Tacitus, for instance, he was a Roman general or whatever, and wasn't even his eyewitness events or eyewitness observations. It was things that his other soldiers and whatever that experienced and that saw things being observed by the Germanic tribes that got written down because they were more literate. They were more learned in reading and writing. So to Troy's point, it was chaos, but like why, slaughter, pillaging, raping, burning, robbing. The world was different, all that time ago. It was way different, and they are not the only ones that have done these sorts of things. They were pirates. They were raiders. Look at the pirates in Spanish and Caribbean context or whatever. Like these were people that just took what wasn't theirs. They took what wasn't theirs, but it was with an intent, and again, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying like, well, their spiritual beliefs, their religious beliefs, whatever, drove them to do what they did. No, there's a separation between that. You can't associate what they were doing and the deeds that they were doing, what they were doing it to the gods and the sacred. I don't think it just regionally speaking, right? Like it just happened to be that. That's where those gods and those goddesses and those figures of the sacred come from. What the people did and what their actions were touches on other things. So the lag is awful. I'm sorry. I'm not experiencing a lag here. Like I said before, I'm still like plugged right into my network, but yeah. So like Travis said, yes, they raided, but it was how they had to make money, and almost every culture engaged in war and looting. Yeah. So I mean, like again, it's not to say that it was because of their adoration or their veneration to the sacred that they were doing these things. It was because this was how society at the time, how certain people did what they did to get by. Hey, if it was a really crappy year and then they needed certain things. It's like, well, we can't grow these things. We can't crap it out of our butts. You know, let's go get it from somebody else. Different world back then. You know what I mean? It might be Wyatt. It might be. Anybody else having issues with lag? Everything's still copacetic. Everything's still working all right. If it's just the visual and it's not the audio, then it definitely could be the internet, whether you're on Wi-Fi or whether you're on like your phone network, that sort of thing. Troy says no lag there. Disconnected for a few minutes. Yeah, again, it could be on your respective ends. I've got the best connection that I can possibly provide on this point. I'm not using Wi-Fi. I'm directly hardlined in. So back to normal. Yeah, you know, it's the internet. Just do the thing. Did you guys hear that? I don't know if you heard that. I shrugged my shoulders and something cracked. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Like, that never used to happen to me. I never used to like turn, twist, do just like basic things or whatever, and then something just pop or crack. Falling apart. I'm falling apart. Oh, man. So let's see. I'm just curious. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Checking my mobile device for notifications and things. Got a notification from Matt about the Fuego box. He's trying to get me onto some kind of hot sauce pain train. Can't say that I blame him. The Choco Challenge. Yeah. Dude, I've got some freaking stupid hot chocolate. Willie Pete's chocolate company. They got a chocolate bar called the Moab. M-O-A-B. Mother of all bars. It's a pound of chocolate and caramel. It's got like 18 Reapers in there. Still at 2,991 subscribers. I am missing 9 subscribers before we get to the 3,000 subscriber milestone. So you guys know what to do. Share the videos. Let everybody know Midgard Musings is right there on the cusp of 3,000 subscribers. And as soon as we get there, we can do this giveaway, which at this rate, hopefully will be during next Friday's live stream. At least that's the hope. Out for the night, Travis. Well, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Anybody else who's still here, check in down below. I know we've got Wyatt. We've got Troy. Thank you, Troy, for being willing to share the content. Be sure to also, when you do, share the links that I just posted in the live chat, the link tree and the PayPal. Anybody that wants to, support Midgard Musings in this way, because again, the channel is growing, and the more people that come in here and the more people that see it, the better the growth becomes. So be sure to share all that stuff here. So great seeing you, Travis. Thank you so much. It is a late night. Right now it is 10:49 p.m. Central Time, which means it's 11:49 on the East Coast. Some of you may have to work tomorrow. I, fortunately, do not. So, I'm out here. Justin Caldwell just got on. Been busy helping your dad today. Well, hey there, Austin. Hail and welcome. I don't think I've seen you here in the live chats before, so hail and welcome. I just posted right above you the link tree links. If you're not familiar with what I do here, it's Norse heathenry, Germanic paganism. Check out the Linktree links that I just posted again for your convenience. And if you want to donate to the channel monetarily, you have multiple options through PayPal. You also got the super chat option if you want to decide to do so. So thank you for that. Rambling Rattlesnake is still here. Wyatt's still here. Troy is still here. Got 9 live viewers going strong here on a Friday night, Saturday morning, afternoon, depending on where you're on the world. Last week, we had some international people. Haven't had anybody check in internationally yet today that I know of. But it was awesome because we had like Australia and New Zealand and Ireland and all that checking in last week. It was awesome. But I am snacking on these Carolina Reaper peanuts here tonight, Austin, in case you hadn't noticed. But it's been a great live stream, talking about all kinds of cool heathenry related subjects, reading some stuff from this really cool book that I picked up at Barnes & Noble called Norse Myths and Legends. It's an epic tales, or excuse me, Norse Myths and Tales. Picked it up at like Barnes & Noble a couple years back. It's one of my favorite books that I keep in my library. And it's an open discussion. It's Heathen Talk, guys. Heathen Talk on a Friday night. Do these only like once a week right now. Got a new series coming out for like some Havamal stanza discussions coming out Monday. It's going to be a 3-day-a-week sort of thing. Probably going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings. Got a new deity discussion video coming out here on Sunday, here on the channel, talking about Vidar, the Avenger, the Silent One, Avenger of Odin. So a lot of cool stuff going on here on the channel. So let's see why it says talking about doing some collabs, Wyatt. Yeah. I'm pretty sure my wife does what you were just asking. I'm pretty sure she does. And we can definitely facilitate that. I'm totally down for that. Like I said, I'm totally down for collaborating with folks. So I have the means to host Zoom calls, which is usually how I do my collaborations and stuff like that. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that and go through the channels that we need to go through to see about that happening and see, what would be some good content to put out here. I think that would be awesome. I would be very much excited about doing something like that. Because again, I've put this out here before, guys. I'm not in here to, be the next big thing on YouTube or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. If I think your content and your interest is wholesome enough, then I'm definitely happy to collaborate. I don't put myself out here as anything less than sincere. So it doesn't matter what your subscriber count is, what your videos are, how big your channel is, nothing like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just excited to collaborate and learn and build this community as it is together. So I'm totally down for that. I know some people before were mentioning the channel Wisdom of Odin. Some of you know that I've collaborated a few times or a couple times with Eric Shervin. I've collaborated once with J.M. Olafson from the Urddipt Kindred in North Carolina. Really solid individual there. And I've got another couple collaborations coming. Well, one collaboration for sure. Guy's got a pretty good thing going on Twitter. His YouTube channel is new, but he's got a lot of traffic coming to his channel from Twitter. So there's a lot of good networking going on there. And then a friend of mine who is not heathen, but has a lot of good things to offer to a discussion. And he's a Nokian. So yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. Yeah, no problem. Wyatt, like I said, the screen record thing. Like I said, I have a licensed version of Zoom, so you don't have to, like, I we can figure it out. We can nail something down, and get it to. We can make it happen as long as everybody who needs to be involved is on the same page. So we'll go through the proper channels. We'll make sure that everyone's on board and understands what what the intent is, and figure out some things. So I'm all for it. And my people will be in touch with your people. We'll just put it that way. Yeah, thank you, Troy. Eric Wodening. I didn't even need to see your comment. I just saw the name Eric Wodening. I've advocated it many, many times in my videos and in these live streams. We are our deeds. Do not buy it off of Amazon. You'll get ripped off. So when you search for "We Are Our Deeds," buy it off of Lulu. You're going to spend less than $20. As a matter of fact, give me just a second, because this is the book that you're going to get when you get it off of Lulu. Right? It's not a very long read, but this is what you're going to get. It's the Elder Heathenry, Ethics, and Thu Law, whatever it's called. So Thu is another word for law, an Old English word for law. So it's the Elder Heathen Ethics and Thu. Highly recommend this. As far as if you are actually approaching this as your spirituality and trying to develop your worldview, this is absolutely critical reading. We Are Our Deeds by Eric Wodening. My wife got this for me a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago, for Yule. And I definitely recommend it for any serious heathen to include it in their library, because that's where it's at. You're gonna get a very rudimental but structured and strong understanding of the ethics and Thu and worldview of ancient Germanic heathens, or arch heathens, as they're quite often terms. I'll use that term quite regularly. So thank you, Troy, for bringing that out. Light reading. So here's the thing: it's not a lot of reading, right? It's a very thin. It's not a lot of, but it what it does is it gets into a lot of the etymologies of words and things like that. So it can be a little tedious to some. I think it can be tedious to some. So, but it's invaluable. It's invaluable. And like I said, you go on YouTube, or excuse me, if you go on Lulu and you search, or you just Google search for "We Are Our Deeds" and just type in Lulu, man, less than $20. It's like $18 with shipping. Don't buy it off of Amazon, because Amazon's going to try to charge you like $100 or more for this thing. And I actually know one of the guys, I don't know if he still is, but I know one of the guys who was a part of the Thade, that the White Marsh, I think it's the White Marsh Thade, Eric Wodening's, so that have connections to the author of this book. So and the reason that I know this is because in the early stages of this channel, I was going to do like a dive into some of the things that are about some of the ethics and whatever, because there's a part of this reading that goes into some of the Thu and the ethics, some of the words. I'm gonna just yeah, Thu and Thu's custom and virtues. I was going to go into that part of the book that in a contrast view of like the 9 noble virtues, which is very largely and popularly looked at with new people coming into heathenry. I was going to look at, well, here's what, you know, the ancient Germanic people had as far as like custom and virtues versus what the 9 noble virtues are. And I started doing a series on this channel years ago with this, and I actually got contacted by the author of this book and one of the members of the Thade with basically like a cease and desist sort of declaration, saying like, you have no business spouting off about anything about this book because you're not an authority about this. And I was like, whoa, hold on. I mean, I'm not trying to be an authority. I'm not trying to, you know, but the conversation led into some very deep and insightful views on things that helped me understand, like, yeah, no, I absolutely had no business talking about this on my channel. So I will not ever read or discuss anything about this book in its depth. If you want to know, buy it. But it's invaluable. It's invaluable. And I think every heathen that is serious about this should own a copy of it. So definitely get one from Lulu. Less than $20. $16.95. There you go. Thank you, Troy. You know, yeah, why we'll make it happen. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, assuming that all the pieces fit, and everything, you know, falls into place. I know what we need to do from this end, but I'm totally for making it happen. I would be actually excited to make it happen. And it's great that you know, so really cool thing, you know, for everybody that's listening and hearing, you know, the dialogue going on between myself and reading the comments from Wyatt Coverdale. Let me just give you a little bit of a background and backstory about this, because I don't think everybody that's watching, I know Wyatt knows, but probably not everybody knows why I'm particularly interested, or why I have this interest in wanting to pursue a collaboration with Wyatt specifically. So several live streams ago, I can't even remember, it's like 3, 4, maybe 5 live streams ago. Yes, Matt, I am still live and in pasty color. You know what I mean? Talking about we are our deeds. Anyway, so here's where the whole thing started. Wyatt had posted a question in a live stream, and I'm not even 100% sure. I can't remember what exactly it was. I responded like I always try to do with every live viewer that watches. And he posted a video on his channel about my response to a question during a live stream. And it sparked some interest for me, because I was like, wow, you know, first of all, I didn't know that Wyatt is who he is. That he was a, you know, 12, 13-year-old kid. And so that was like a neat surprise. And I always aim to deliver content on my channel that is educational and that is good for all audiences. You know what I mean? So he was here for a live stream. He commented, I responded. He thought that was awesome. He posted a video stating such. And then the you know, so that led to me being like, well, I want to do something. You know what I mean? I want to acknowledge this kid, because truth be told, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and there's a lot of, you know, heathens coming into this. And I feel like those of us who are maybe more established in heathenry, or who have a bit more of a age behind, you know, some more notches on our belt, to just put it bluntly, that we have a little bit of an obligation to be something of a good and solid source for our youth to grow from. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not putting myself in any sort of position of authority or anything like that. However, the fact that Wyatt commented on the live stream and made the video just really inspired me to want to do something. And there were some difficulties that kind of got raised up during that, and reached out, made some comments, tried to do certain things, and it just wasn't working. And I said, that's fine. It's cool. I'm not going to push it. You know, just understand that I have your support, and just as you have, you know, you have my support just as much as he had mine, and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, cool thing happened is that during one of the most recent live streams, Wyatt won a rune set that I burned into some rune pieces that Matt Petrie at Odin's Beard Woodworking provided. And because of that, several other individuals, at least like one other individual in the Heathen community that I know, wanted to make sure that Wyatt got some things. So like Wyatt got like a Mjolnir necklace from Greg, and the rune set from myself. And anyway, the way that the whole thing like transpired and turned out was very wholesome, and turned out to be something more than what I could have hoped for from the initial contact that we established. So wanting to collaborate, wanting to make some sort of video together, and have something that is, you know, out here on this platform safely, that doesn't, you know, put anybody in jeopardy or whatever, is totally something I'm down with, and something that I'm really excited for. So so thank you, Troy, who just said the collaborations between Eric and I were very engaging. Those have been a lot of fun. Like, Eric is an awesome host and a guest. I love talking with Eric. I mean, there's a reason why his channel is, or why he's known as Eric Word Weaver Shervin. He's very wordy. He loves to talk, and I love talking with him. And when we get together and when we talk, things just kind of have this like very organic and natural flow to things. So the content that him and I put out, especially through like Zoom, when we put it out here on the channel, like we've done a collaboration, like I recorded a session, he recorded a session, we blended it together. That got great feedback. But like the last two collaborations or whatever it was, that I think it was just the one where him and I were like talking back and forth through a Zoom call. Huge response. And like Troy said, you know, very engaging, and a lot of people felt the same way. So it's great to hear that feedback, and great to know that there's interest in continuing that sort of content. Sadness in heathenry. Why? Yeah, that was the question. You know, I don't want to, like, you know, dig up old content or revisit old history, but yeah, it was. I think it was, you know, when you feel like you're losing interest, or you're feeling disconnected, or you don't have the drive to want to stay connected, or do things that maybe inspired you before, and you feel just maybe a bit down and stuff like that. You know, I think that was at least the gist of what your comment was, and my response, you know, obviously brought about the results that it did. The Viking Spirit by Daniel McCoy goes into, I'm just reading Troy's comment here. Read 8 comments. Okay. All right. I'm trying to keep up here. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we do have a collab and you record it, then you could just send me the video you made before you upload it, so I can upload it on my channel as well as yours. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I've done that before. You know what I mean? We can totally make that happen as long as I have the right email addresses and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, that will no problem there. But Troy says that the book of The Viking Spirit by Daniel McCoy goes into some of the ethics of heathenry as it is applied to our ancestors' time, from which we can extrapolate how to adapt those practices in the modern era. I might have to check that book out, Troy, The Viking Spirit by Daniel McCoy. I definitely don't have that in my library, but sounds like it might be something worth checking out. I love, reading all kinds of material. I don't have a lot of time to read all kinds of material, so a lot of my knowledge gathering is in practice and in conversations and stuff like that. But that's a great call out, and I appreciate the source that you're referencing there. So The Viking Spirit by Daniel McCoy, because again, I'm that type of heathen. Me personally, I'm the type of heathen. I pull from the historical sources. I draw from, and I'm finding inspiration in the past to develop my own heathenry and things that are going on in modern times, right? Drawing from Urd for Verdandi to help shape Skuld. I've done videos here before about the Norns, and the realm of Urd and the realm of Verdandi and where we are in now, shaping Skuld, all that kind of stuff. So I'm all about that. So I'm definitely interested to pursue reading that content. Sounds interesting. McCoy is strictly academic. Well, that's fine. You know what I mean? Another channel who I love, and I think most of us here watching are familiar with, is Dr. Jackson Crawford, which is purely academic. Jackson Crawford's not a heathen. But a lot of his content has helped point me in the direction for historical stuff. You know what I mean? So the academic background and all that is valuable to me. So I like that. I like that sort of approach. Maybe it's not for everybody. Maybe it's not what you're looking for. But that's you, right? Your hall, your call, not my hall, not my call. If you guys know Eric Shervin, you know that that's his kind of hashtag famous thing, whatever. But I stand by it. Not my hall, not my call. If it fits, roll with it. If it don't, move on to the next. I like the academic approach. I love learning the historical backing of things to go back to, just to learn things and then determine if that's something that I can, incorporate into my modern heathen practices. Because we are in modern times, right? The biggest thing, you see it in every intro of my video, right? Practicing the old ways in modern times. So I'm not the type of heathen. I am personally not a Reconstructionist heathen. However, I do find a lot of inspiration and pull a lot from the historical sources to develop my modern heathen practices. So much of what I've done over the years has changed and evolved because of what I've learned. So yeah, you're talking about Crawford's Poetic Edda. So starting on Monday, when I read from the Hofmál, this will be the version that I'm reading from. I have a pocket Hofmál, which I think is it's either the Bray, Oliver Bray. I think it's the Oliver Bray translation. Yeah, it is. It's the Oliver Bray translation, but this will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever, 3 days a week, starting Monday, this coming week, will be the version of the Hofmál that I read from. Not only do I have that, but I also have Where is it? Yeah, here it is. I also have this. Jackson Crawford's Wanderer's Havamal. Because it has the Old Norse versions of it, you know, the Old Norse translation and the English transliteration, whatever. So he's got an Old Norse on one side, English on the other, you know? So, like, one of my favorite stanzas, where is it? Yeah. Doir fred, doir frender, doir sjálfur it soma, et åtströ dir aldregi, hvem sur golden getter, which is that cows die, family die, you will die the same way, but a good reputation never dies for the one who earns it. It's one of the most famous, you know, cattle die, kinsmen die, you yourself also. One of the most famous stanzas of the Havamal. Doir fe, doir frender, doir sjálfur it soma, ik vet ein at aldi der domer undoven høen. Cows die, family die, you will die the same way. I know only one thing that never dies, the reputation of the one who's died. So, you know, who knows, right? This whole Havamal stanza reading thing might be pulled from the Wanderer's Havamal because it's got the Old Norse portion of it. And then the English version, and then my understanding of it. So between the two, that could be the thing that becomes this series, which I don't have a name for yet. It's not really a series. I mean, it kind of is. It's a mini series, but it's 3 days a week, reading stanzas from the Havamal, random stanzas, right? It's mainly just going to be just a random decision of like, well, what are we reading today? It's not going to be like, let's read 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 3 the next day, or 1 and then 3 and then whatever. It's totally going to be random. So yeah. Matt says he hasn't read any books. Well, you don't have to. You know what I mean? If that's how you were brought up and that's what you were experienced and lived, books are inconsequential, but there's a lot of good information in literary sources. You've got 700 plus Icelandic sagas. You've got the Eddas. You've got all the different manuscripts from Scandinavia that have been taken the time to be put into formats for us to learn from. We do ourselves a disservice if we don't at least, I don't know. I haven't read every single saga. I haven't. Yes, I've read I haven't even read all of Snorri Sturluson's prose Edda. You know what I mean? So is it required? No, of course not. You know, we are heathens and we live this path. It's not what we read. It's not, you know, the whole thing that, like, that's the biggest thing. Like, you know, you get into heathenry and people are like, well, it's the religion of homework. You got to read, you got to read, you got to read. Here's your books, here's your books, here's your books. You know what? I say, yes, it's okay to read, but you got to put the books down. You got to get out there and you got to get your fingers in the dirt. You got to get your foot on the ground. You got to be in nature. You got to be out there and you got to do it. If you need some inspiration, if you're looking for some knowledge, if you're wanting to expand your academics or whatever, then there's nothing stopping you. But like, it doesn't, that's not where it started. That's not where it ends. That's not where it is. It's not in the books. It's in the deeds. It's in the doing of it. It's in life. It's in nature. It's in the world around you. You know what I mean? As much as you possibly can be connected in that way. So to Matt's point, you know, You don't have to read any books to be heathen. It's not a requirement by far. Hey, John Watkins. Hail and welcome. I don't think I saw you join the live stream, so I apologize for missing you, but hail and welcome. It is, you know what? But John Watkins, you are 3 minutes and 3 hours, 3 minutes, 3 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream. Been going strong, and most of everybody here has been staying on. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't, checked out all the ways that you can support Midgard Musings, check out the Linktree and PayPal. Of course, Super Chat is an option if you want to do so. But really appreciate you just tuning in and watching the live stream and getting involved in the conversation, because it's been a heathen talk. I've been eating some really awesome, delicious, albeit minorly spicy, Carolina Reaper peanuts throughout the live stream, because they've just been so delicious. It's like a Pringle, right? Once you pop, you can't stop. So, and catch up here. Wyatt says, Matt says he hasn't read any books, and Wyatt says that he guarantees you that Jackson Crawford practiced Sather at least once, because humans think magic is awesome. Obviously, if you show someone actually working spells, and they're going to want to try it. It's hypothetical, and it's possible. Is it probable? I wouldn't say so. I mean, I don't know the guy. I've never talked to the guy directly or indirectly. I just know that from the content that I have watched him put out, that he is 100% not heathen. It's all purely academics. Now, Arith Herger, on the other hand, who is an archaeologist and who comes from this with academic interest from a heathen perspective, is another story. So, who knows? I don't know the guy. He could have. He could be blowing smoke and mirrors, for all we know. Who knows? So Troy says the lore and other sources should be the foundation, but a strict recon approach stagnates the religion and leaves. Sorry, I lost my place. Leaves much related to antiquity. That's just your take. So I am a little bit along the same lines, Troy, and I think that trees need to grow upward and outward, right? If you're too root bound, if a tree or if any sort of plant, anything that is root bound is going to just be destroyed within itself because of its root boundness, right? However, if the tree grows up too quickly and does not have strong roots, then it's going to topple over because it is not established and it doesn't have any sort of good, strong foundation. So there's a fine line in that aspect. Where I see the issue with like hardcore recons is, and this is not a jab at anyone if they are watching this and they are a recon, and again, because I'm not, so if I'm speaking out of line, it's not due to like misinformation, but some of what I've seen is like, you can't accomplish this if you don't do that, because that thing that they're saying that you should do, you'll only get this result if you follow this ancient tried and true method from aeons and centuries ago. I challenge that only to the extent that it's like, well, growth is forward, right? Growth has to happen onward, upward, forward. Logos, right? The flow of things. You can't grow going backwards. You have to have strong roots. You have to have a good established system. You have to have something that you're growing off of but the growth becomes something that is forward. That's my whole thing. So good to see you, John. Thanks for joining. Notification settings. Yeah, cool. That bell notification, if you're subscribed to the channel, just click the bell, and then if you've got a few options, you got personalized, you got all, you've got various customized options that you can pick. So whatever you want, if you want to be notified every time my channel uploads new content, you can just select all, and then every time this channel does something, whether it's a live stream, whether it's a post, whether it's a new video, whatever, it'll all be there for you. I'll say, so Troy says, good point. Reading and learning and book learning are helpful, but living heathenry is something you practice. Yes. And that's a cool thing too, right? Because look at it this way, like you look at folks like people that work in medicine or people that work in legal things, right? They practice medicine, they practice law. I always thought that was an interesting term to use when it came to that specific area of a profession, right? Because it leads ones to think that when you're practicing something is that you haven't got it yet. You haven't figured it out yet. You're not a master yet. You're still working on it. So I adopt that term with my spiritual practices. I practice heathenry. I practice Germanic paganism. I am still learning. I am always going to be learning. No matter what, I will always be a student, right? And to what extent my abilities are determined by whoever, whether it be my tribe or whether it be other individuals, to serve others in their practicing and in their growth. I'm happy to share and happy to help them in their growth, but I'm always going to be a student. I'm never going to be the master. I'm never going to be, at the top. I'm always practicing. I'm always learning. And that's what this channel is here for. This is me learning things and sharing what I've learned with everybody. It's not like, hey guys, I finally figured it out. Now stop what you're doing and do it my way. Not at all. Not at all. Take that to the bank. It's, hey guys, here's what I learned and I want to share it with you. Because guess what? I might could come back later on and be like, you know what? I learned something else. And here's another twist to it. Or here's something else that I'm going. So it's my journey. It's my journey that I'm sharing with everybody that cares to watch. So all of the views, all of the subscriptions, all of the inclusions here in the live chat, I talked way earlier, John, you just joined, about, potentially doing like a marathon live stream, maybe in like a month or so, where I'm like, I've done here we are, 3.5 hours in, I've done 4-hour live streams. Talking about doing like 24-hour live streams. I don't necessarily have that established fan base, and I hate to use that term fan base, but like I don't have that a number of supporters to justify a whole like 24-hour live stream. But I thought it'd be cool to just be like, you know what? I'm not shutting this live stream down. Of course, YouTube, you'll have to, like, you can only do like 8 hours at a time or whatever. But like we're gonna do one 8-hour, and then we're gonna come right back and we're gonna do another 8-hour, and we're gonna be here if we want to do. I just like to learn. I like to discover new things. I like to talk about new things. I like to encourage growth and, be here to discuss with everybody. So thank you, John. This is the way you and your family do it, right, Matt? So apprenticeship is key to all practices, says Wyatt. Find a person who is good in that field and follow him, her. It doesn't matter if they are still alive or not. Your teachers are Da Vinci, Snorri, me, and Odin. So that's humbling. You know what I mean? That's humbling to see. That my name gets mentioned if that was intended as like a teacher, but because that puts a lot of obligation and stuff on me, because again I don't want to misinform, and I always try to make sure that all of my audience knows that, hey, this is what I'm discovering, this is what I'm learning. Do not take what I'm saying and write it off as like 100% the way all the time, every time, whatever. But yeah, so I'm still a learner. I'm still practicing. I'm still, no matter how long I've been in it, and I don't care how many years are going to go by. I will definitely know things next year that I didn't know this time this year, just like I know things now this year that I did not know this time last year. So that's assured. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to happen, and for everybody. So whether I'm here, whether you discover it through another method or whatever your approach is to it, whether I'm still here walking with you or not in this format, it's you're still going to learn. You're still going to grow. It is still what it is, despite whether I'm here or not. So we're all going to learn together, hopefully, and make make new splashes in the pond. Make new write new legacies, write new parts of the saga. So, well, thank you, Wyatt. I don't know what to say, but thank you. So thank you for being here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for commenting that. Wyatt says, looks up to me and considers a wise person. That's much appreciated, and I'm glad that we're all here to learn together. You know what I mean? Very humbling. Rambling Rattlesnake says apparently Vikings would exchange swords during weddings. I think we should bring that back, but with guns instead of swords. So there are some still in modern times. There are still some wedding rituals, ceremonies that incorporate the exchange of a weapon, and that was a familial thing. It was, my sword is now going to protect your clan, as your clan is now going to protect mine, because of the reciprocal exchange of family values and this, that, and sort of thing. So it is still ceremoniously done. If I said that right, ceremoniously done, because I've seen rituals done. So there's like a ceremonial sword or something that is exchanged during the exchange of vows between the husband and the bride. So that is definitely still a thing. So whether you want to incorporate guns or whatever, because of modern times, the esoterical value or the spiritual, let's not say spiritual, but at the meaning behind the weapon exchange still carries the same intent, whether it's a sword or a gun, right? So that action is still valid. And if I were to, which I legally am able to conduct the wedding ceremonies, if I were asked to do that sort of thing, it would be that would be something that I would want to incorporate, right? The exchange of weapons between the bride's family and the man's family, or whatever, not gender specific, family to family, clan to clan, the exchange of weapons. Because I'll do whoever. I'll I'll do whoever. I will unite in matrimony. Man and man, woman and woman, man and woman, doesn't matter. Let's just get that straight. Let's just set the record straight on that. I will happily perform the ceremony for anyone. Thank you, Troy. The tree analogy is perfect in your discussion with newer heathens. Well, I mean, hey, if it fits and if it works, then I'm happy to offer that analogy. And if it works for you, then by all means, it's not trademarked, it's not copyrighted, so take it and leave it, or take it and run with it. Yeah, still learning. Am I gonna cry? Way to shift the man's orlog. I am not gonna cry. However, right here, right over the heartstring, tugging on them just a little bit. You know what I mean? Heartstring, tugging on them. Excuse me. You notice, always got the bottle of water. Gotta stay hydrated first and foremost. So, wow, this looks like it's going to be another 4-hour live stream. I feel like I'm setting a standard. Like, if I do this every Friday, people are expecting, like, Jesse's going to just sit online and yak about whatever with his audience and engage in conversations for 4 hours. I feel like that's going to be a standard. I'm not concerned because I know I can do it. Excuse me. My apologies for that rudeness. But I don't want to say that it's always going to be a 4-hour long live stream, because I don't know if it will be, or if it should be, or if it's gonna be, or it just you know, it's organic. You know, we just let it happen. We just do what we do for as long as we do it. And here's the funny thing. Well, it's not really even funny. Remember the last time we did a 4-hour live stream? I had to get up, excuse myself, get a refill, which I'm empty. Take a bathroom break before the 4-hour mark hit. So you could say that my tolerance, my endurance, as it were, has peaked. Because guess what I haven't done since this stream started 3 hours and 39 minutes ago? Haven't gone up to take a, walk, stretch, relieve. I've stood up, grabbed the book, grabbed an item or whatever to show you, but still running strong. You know what I mean? This ain't running strong because guess what? Dead soldier. Might have to remedy that. Proud to call me brother, Wyatt. Well, that does hit me. So I don't toss that term around lightly. Troy says may have to buy one of my t-shirts. Check the bank account after the stream. Thank you, Troy. Again, they come in multiple colors. There's a design on the back of them, which I just shook the table, but let me stand up briefly, and I don't know if you'll be able to see. Nope, probably not. I'm leaning. Anyway, there's a it's like a representation of the Midgard serpent on the back. Anyways, if you want a shirt, click on the Linktree link that's up in the live chat there. Go to the Teespring store in the Linktree thing. You'll find the shirts there. I love my shirt. Everybody who's bought one loves theirs. It takes a little while to get to you, but the quality is great. So I got, multiple colors. The bind runes over here on your left chest area, and then the design is on the back. Screw 4 hours going all night. Yeah, that's how your Tuesday lives went now. It's been a year every Tuesday. Wyatt Coverdale, I need more Scott. You remember. Do you remember? Because Wyatt remembers. I need more scotch. It was a thing. Wyatt said he was going to make it a thing. And he's here to keep it a thing. Can see it well enough. Feel free to take a bathroom break. We'll wait. Well, cool. I think I might do that. I think I might just indulge the audience to do what I need to do just to take care of business. Multiple businesses. I got a situation I need to address. So half of the situation is here with me. I just need some other things to go with it. So you'll be here for a while, says John, Troy, Wyatt. I already know, So all right, folks. I think I've done my part. I'm going to stand up and give me maybe. These don't take very long. You know what I mean? We're talking like a 1 to 2 minute long gap in the me being in the frame. So these things are freaking awesome, man. All right. Give me 1 to 2 minutes. Okay? And I'll be back because I ain't going nowhere. I'll see you guys in here in just a minute. Okay. We are back. Well, I'm back. You've all still been here. I am back. And I appreciate that. I certainly do. That felt good. I still got all the viewers, man. You guys are awesome. You guys and gals are awesome for sticking around. Gonna say it once in every live stream, Wyatt. Yeah. Make it a meme. Hey, you know what? If the worst thing that happens in 2020 is that I get made into a meme that says I need more scotch, I'm gonna chalk that up to a win. So all you memers out there, you've got fuel for the fire. Craps his pants just to stay here with us. Hey, don't be revealing my secrets. No, I wouldn't do that. I took care of all that business before the live stream multiple times, which is more than normal, considering on a normal day, whatever normal is. But yeah, we're not talking about me crapping my pants. Or are we? I don't know. How hot are the nuts, John? They are not very hot. Well, that's all relative, right? Because they are Carolina Reaper pepper. There's Carolina Reaper pepper in them. So depending on how good your spice tolerance is, you may find them to be quite hot. Like my wife, she would absolutely detest these things. But for me, they're like a 2 on my heat scale, on a scale like 1 to 10, like a 2. Wyatt Coverdale, is it like, have you ever seen Dirty Dancing? Now I've had the time of my life, and I've never felt this way before. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna hurt you all with that horrible rendition of that song. But if you've never seen Dirty Dancing, you probably won't want to go see it now because of that debauchery. But Sanding Matt says not bad here. Just saying, 5 comments up is where we left off. Thank you, Wyatt. Look at Wyatt keeping track of everything. As awesome as he is, making me count in numbers. 2 hot pockets, if y'all were curious. Well, what kind of hot pockets did you have? Because that could impact your future existence. It could impact how the rest of your evening goes, depending on the kind of hot pockets. I personally made pierogies. I didn't make them, right? They were frozen, but I put them in the oven, seasoned them up a little bit, baked them. But that was my dinner, was pierogies. And of course, some peanuts and some scotch. Scotch. Oh, Matt. Troy says he needs more mead, but you're all out of honey and gonna need to get a Yule batch brewing. Yeah. Shoot. I think for a lot of folks, for any mead makers, you should have had your mead already brewing by now if you're looking to make a Yule batch. Technically, you still have some wiggle room if you start now, but you want at least that 5 to 6 month breathing room bracket for everything to do what it's supposed to do. Yeah, I'm reading Wyatt's comment to Matt and Matt's response. Wyatt, because you're not on Facebook, you don't necessarily know, but Matt does his Odin's Beard woodworking page on Facebook, and for the sake of family-friendly content, we're going to say that his crap posts have done a lot to build the reach of his page, and we're going to say that every meme that he posts while he's been having to relieve himself have been the crap posts, being PG here. And so yeah, 500,000 in a week or so, Matt, am I right, for your page? Which is freaking amazing. Your page is quickly approaching 10,000 likes on Facebook, and you've gotten 500,000 reach just because of the various memes and stuff you've posted from being on the John. So it's quite literally a post, right? Crap post, whatever. So for the sake of family-friendly audience and not wanting to be reprimanded by the YouTubers, we're gonna keep it PG. At least I will. Pepperoni hot pockets. Hot pockets. You know what? One of my favorite hot pockets used to be those broccoli and chicken cheddar cheese. I don't know if I said it right. Those deals. I'm actually going to be making an eggplant parmesan tomorrow. You guys like eggplant or eggplant parmesan? I'm going to be making an eggplant parmesan. Well, it's almost midnight my time, but later on today, Saturday, I'm going to be making an eggplant parmesan. I got to go get one ingredient. I went to the store the other day, got a bunch of ingredients that I needed for it, and I forgot one thing. I forgot the mozzarella. I forgot the mozzarella. The mozzarella. The mozzarella. I forgot the cheese. I forgot the mozzarella cheese. Got to go to the store and get mozzarella cheese. Got to put the mask on and everything to make the eggplant parmesan. And I like eggplant. My father-in-law likes eggplant. My wife, not so much. I don't think she likes eggplant. Well, I don't think she says she hasn't tried it. So I said, well, how do you know you don't like something you never tried? My mother-in-law, I'm not too sure. So anyway, I got 3 eggplants. So I decided I'm going to make some eggplant parmesan. All right, Troy, getting late. You guys have a great night. Troy, thanks for joining. Take care of yourself. 6 months is ideal, but not mandatory. Breathe the very drinkable. Yeah, cool. 544,000 in 2 weeks. Matthew Petrie. Yeah, so over 500,000 in reach on a page with less than 10,000 likes. You're freaking slaying it as far as killing the algorithms. Well, I said kill. You're getting reach, and you're finding what the algorithm, like how to work the algorithm. Now, the trick is, and the challenge is, and I don't even have this figured out because I'm not a social media expert, but the weird and the tricky thing about it is, right, is that making sure that the content that you want to be seeing gets that kind of reach, not just the goofy stuff. Now, usually what I've tried to to work into it is like get something that gets a lot of people's attention. And then once you get like a whole bunch of comments, post the stuff that you want to be seen in the comments, because everybody that's commented is going to be notified that you've commented, and then they're going to see that. So there's that. You can try that whole thing. Who would have thought that 4 hours into a Midgard Musings live stream that we would be talking about social media algorithms? Who would have thunk it? Thunk is not a word, but who would have thought, right? Scott Howard. Haven't seen you in forever. Scott, well, where have you been? Because I've been doing these live streams now for, not for very long, but I mean, regular weekly videos. So Scott, if you're interested and you want to see how the ways that you can support Midgard Musings, check out all the links that I just posted in the chat. Thank you so much for, first of all, tuning in and commenting and saying hi. It's great to see you here. So thank you so much for that. Yes, I have heard you mention the Incorruptibles in your videos, Wyatt. Yes, I have. So, based off on some of the things that you've been posting in your channel. Context, I may have lost the context of it all, but yes, I do remember you posting that there. So, the answer to your question is yes. So, it's great seeing everybody hanging out for another 4-hour long live stream. Guys, I did not see this coming. Did not see this coming at all. Still haven't gained any new subscribers. But then again, the YouTube count could be off. So if you're new to the channel, or if you're new to the live stream and you aren't aware, at 3,000 subscribers, I'm going to be giving away a couple things. Going to be giving away this Mjolnir necklace and this rune set. So I got an Elder Food Art rune set and a Mjolnir pendant necklace. That's going to be a giveaway item once the channel reaches 1,000 subscribers. We are 9 subscribers away. And there are 11 people watching. Now, I'm sure that at least half of the people who are watching are subscribers, maybe even all 11, because if you didn't get the notification, or if you got the notification for this, then you must be already subscribed. So here's what you can do. You can share the video and invite your friends to subscribe, because this rune set, like I said, they are, I think they're just basswood runes. A rune set that I made, or that we had made for the Pagan Pride Day event last year. Great beginner rune set with a Mjolnir necklace. Worldwide, by the way. So once the channel reaches 3,000 subscribers, and may I just say, they smell awesome because they've been stored in a container with a whole bunch of like incense and like sage. Man, they smell incredible. So if you like smell good stuff, there's that. Mjolnir pendant necklace, runes, Elder Food Art rune set giveaway. Once the channel hits 3,000 subscribers, we're going to do a big live stream event for it. Please be sure to invite your friends to subscribe. Scott loves your rune set. Awesome. Did I get you a rune set? And I apologize if I forget who I've sent rune sets to or who I've sold rune sets to. But if you have purchased a rune set, thank you so much. Appreciate that support, because that does help support the channel. And it does give me some really cool, projects to work on. So Nimky Bear, there's Nimky Bear. Where have you been, man? You've been silent here, lurking in the background. This is our first international viewer for the night that I know of, because Nimki Bear is in Canada. And so I'm in the US. And so, as far as I know, 4 hours into the live stream is the first time that I, know about an international participant here in the live stream. So hail and welcome to the Bear. So Rambling Rattlesnake, thanks for sticking around. Just reading your comments regards to the Viking stuff from earlier. I think one of the motivations of the Norse to go Viking, in your opinion, is the Saxon Wars and the few pagan Saxons that escaped to Denmark. Yeah, I mean, inspiration, reasons why, definitely valid. The Incorruptibles, Wyatt, I'm not sure. You said it's a group that you created. Where's the group at? Is it like is it a social media platform that you got your group on? Whatever, just not 100% sure of that. We cannot be corrupted by the opinion of society. Thank you, Scott. Says beautiful work. It's been a while, but you did get one. Cool. Awesome. Here and there. There you are. All right. Just hit 1 a.m. in the East Coast, Wyatt. Planning a trip further north, having to check on your mom. 1 a.m. here. Yep. Yeah. So like Matt and Wyatt, like you guys are on the same thing. Like it's officially Saturday for me. Of course, it's been Saturday for you and other parts of the world, places unknown. We're out here. We're out here doing the thing. Spread out in a lot of places. The only platform we have at the moment is your channel. Okay. All right. Well, it's very intriguing, and I'm going to continue to follow and perhaps observe silently in the background, as I tend to do. I'm an observer. If you guys don't know, I lurk on a lot of social media stuff. I'm in a lot of things, but I don't put my voice out there for a lot of things because I don't know. I just like to see what other people are chirping about. You know what I mean? John says his time zone is 12 a.m. Same here. Central time zone. Matt and Wyatt. Probably the Bear. Up there in the northeastern time zone. Back deep into the forest. Yeah. Back to the old homestead, eh? Back to the roots. So, Scott, if you're just joining, just want to let you know, this Sunday's video is going to be a continuation of the deity discussion series. We're going to be talking about Vidar, the Avenger, the silent one, the Avenger of Odin. I'm going to be talking about him, and starting a kind of mini series, Havamal stanza discussion, 3 days a week, starting on Monday. So Mondays, probably Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but the first one's going to be starting Monday. We're talking like maybe like just short videos, like 5-6 minute long videos tops here on the channel. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be just random stanzas from the Havamal. The Bear just joined, I think, not too long ago, or if he's been lurking, not too sure, but be aware of that. That's going to be something that just comes up here on the channel a few days a week. Rambling Rattlesnakes also Central Time. Yep. Yes. Why I do remember Seth. Tribe, you would call it. Okay. So is it like a localized thing for your area? You guys have like a little, because when I think tribe, I think, grassroots level, localized, committed to a certain focused spot area, like our tribe, the Hluridi folk, which is just really just me, my Gothi, and my law speaker right now, because when we started the tribe, this whole global pandemic thing hit, and it pretty much like put the kibosh on recruiting, not say recruiting, but like building tribe from there. Community exists, and we're still doing things to cultivate and maintain a strong and healthy heathen community. But in terms of like doing the thing to build the tribe, kind of got put on hold or hiatus. So is what it is. Yeah. But yeah, no, so like the bears here, you guys have seen my rune box. We talked about the bears here, about getting something for you or yours, about so this is my rune box. I got the Vulcanet on it, got the Elder Futhark going all the way around it. This was made for me by my wife. The box already was made, like it existed, but she did all the artwork on it. So she burned the Vulcanet into it, and she did all the burnings of the runes around it, stained it, sealed it, and so on and so forth. And then within contained my runes, the maple wood runes that I mentioned earlier. So available for commission pieces, to a certain extent, whatever, because of the whole like global situation being what it is, it's tough to sort of procure the materials that we use for our products. So makes it challenging. Mariah Trujillo, what's up? Wow, thank you for joining. It's been a while. Think you may have joined during the last live stream, so thank you for tuning in. As always, appreciate your support. If you want to support the channel, check out the Linktree and PayPal information that I just posted in the live chat. And also, there's what do you call it? Super chat thing. But yeah, going strong, over 4 hours. This now is on record as the longest Midgard Musings live stream, and you're all here for it. Last time we did it was the longest because we did a 4 hour long live stream, but I don't have a time limit. I'm not like, what's a time limit? We're just here. We're hanging out, we're chatting, we're talking about various things within anything. Heathen discussions, world events. I don't know. Wyatt Coverdale's talking about The Incorruptibles. Sounds like an awesome Hollywood movie. Mainly in Buffalo, over here, and then Erie, Pennsylvania. Yeah, because Erie, PA, up in that area. Help spread the word. No true leaders, though. I am the one that originated The Incorruptibles. All right, cool. Good to know. Like the way that the wooden box looks with the interlocking triangles. Yeah, John. So this is, if you stay within heathenry any length of time, you're going to hear about the Vulcanet, and that's the Vulcanet. I actually have it tattooed over my heart for my own reasons, but that's what it's called. And it's obscure in its origins and meanings or whatever, but I have a certain thing that I have it tied to, which is why I have it inked in my skin permanently. Yeah, Matt, Thanks. Have a great night. Thank you for sticking around for the live stream, and stay safe and stay healthy out there, man. There are crest are seekers of knowledge, those who have been alienated from others. Oh, talking about the incorruptibles. Okay. Rambling Rattlesnake says your Viking comment was separated into two. The section half is in your last comment above your time zone comment. Hey, Bubba Bullfrog. The box is awesome. Thank you, Bubba Bullfrog. I think that's your first time. I don't recall seeing you here before. And if you are new to the channel, please be sure to check out the links that I posted in the live chat for ways that you can support Midgard Musings. The link tree is like a one-stop shop. You can also support monetarily to the channel through PayPal or through Super Chat if you so choose. Patrick Walsh, hey, what's up? Patrick is in the house, and it's been a long day. Well, hail and welcome. What was the box before? A cigar box? Yeah. So, Mariah, this is my rune box. These are where my runes are kept. My wife. So the box was procured, in a craft store, but she's the one who did all the wood burning of the Vulcanite and the runes around it, and that's where my runes are kept. These are my maple wood runes, which probably you can't appreciate in their complexity too much because of the camera. But this is my rune box. So these are where my runes are kept. Let me see, Rambling Rattlesnake. I'm trying to make sure that your comment was acknowledged. If you want to repeat what you're saying, I'm trying to keep up with everybody else here. Feel free to post it down in the live chat. That's cool, Nimki. That's cool, the bear. You just stay in touch with me. You know how to reach me. It's good to see you, Patrick. Thank you, Wyatt. Yeah, Patrick, wanted to check in before he passed out. Look, we've been going here for 4 hours and almost 15 minutes on this live stream. So at this point, there's people in parts of the world and the country where it's later, where I am at night. And I haven't even touched the international. Well, the bear is here from Canada, but I'm talking like other time zones. I'm talking like so far into the other side of the hemisphere where it's like during the day right now, so like in like New Zealand and Australia where it's like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then, Ireland where we were getting some participation from last week where it's probably now like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. Yeah, Mariah, 11:12 there. Oh, wow. Mariah, you must be on the mountain time zone. You must be in like I got a little Reaper pepper on my throat. Mariah, you must be in like New Mexico or the mountain time zone. And I can't remember, and if I've forgotten, I'm sorry. Because it is midnight. It is 13 past midnight here in the central time zone. Yeah, New Mexico. So okay. That makes sense. So mountain time zone. I thought so. I thought it was New Mexico. Or one of those mountain time zones. It was either like West Texas or New Mexico, because I used to travel the country for work all the time, and I would switch time zones very regularly. So glad I still have got that amount of awareness of where people are in the world. So thank you, Mariah, for checking in from New Mexico. Wyatt, I'm not trying to get off the subject. Just trying to, make sure everybody's acknowledged in the chat. So definitely not intend to make you feel like you're not a part of this whole thing. I'm keeping up with everything. So yeah, created a couple years ago. eerie. Pretty sure it has been forgotten by now. So I mean, like if it's a YouTube thing or whatever, I'm not sure to what extent it can be like sustained or maintained from like a global or regional aspect. But if there's any way that you can get some more information, like I've been listening to your content, watching your content about it all, which is very fascinating. Anything that you got more that you want to kick out, share it abroad. That's awesome. Yeah. Hey, Patrick. Been off for an hour and rewatching tomorrow. Still using awesome rune sets. Thanks for the shout out. Cool. Yeah. Glad you enjoying the rune set. Patrick's also got one of the Midgard Musings rune sets. So it's been a fun, venture. I still try to do as much as I can when people want them. Materials are hard to come by. So either the birchwood or the driftwood to make those runes. Rambling Rattlesnake, the Saxons in Denmark held onto their pagan faith, escaping the Charlemagne, yeah. Charlemagne, yeah. That guy. Ugh. For real. I got it. Oh, Mariah Trujillo. Yeah. I guess I got lucky, or fortunate enough to. I'm assuming that most people, or like you were saying, most people don't say it right. As far as your last name, will probably try to say Trujillo, because they look at it like phonetically. But I'm like, I know that is a Hispanic name, and that the J is like a H, and that the double L is like a ya, so Trujillo, or something along those lines. So if I butchered the pronunciation on that last part, I apologize. But yeah, Mariah Trujillo from New Mexico. I love to, I actually had a recent memory come up, and if you guys use Facebook, you got those Facebook memories things that pop up. 9 years ago, this time 9 years ago, I was in Utah. And I was in a part of Utah. I want to say it's southeastern Utah. So Moab, Utah. I want to say that's southeastern. And fun fact about Moab, Utah, that I didn't know at the time, that I learned about when I was going there, is that if you've been around long enough and you've watched the Indiana Jones with Harrison Ford, you've watched any of those films, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, some of the scenery was shot in Moab, Utah. The canyon shots and things like that, some of the places that were filmed was in Moab. Beautiful countryside. And I stayed there for 2 days, 9 years ago around this time. Haven't been back since. And I desperately want to go back because it's beautiful. Saw like all the canyons and things like that I have just like, I don't see around this, of course, this part of the country in the eastern coastal United States. Definitely want to go back to like Utah, Colorado, New Mexico. I love the West Coast, Arizona. I love the West Coast. It's beautiful. Cool. Thank you, Mariah. You've been on this live stream longer than you've been alive, Wyatt. Wait a minute. So the live stream has been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So how is that even possible? How is that even possible? All right, Patrick. Yeah. Jam some music. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining the live stream. If I didn't catch you before you left, appreciate your support. Very first comment, tend on being the last. Why you were like, you weren't even, your comment didn't even show up. You were the first comment that showed up before the live stream even kicked off, because you were like counting down the minutes, you know. And I saw that and I was like, yeah, you know, we got X amount of minutes to go. Well, I was getting set up, so yeah, you are you are definitely dedicated, my man. Yeah, Indiana Jones. You might be right, John. They might have them all on Netflix. So if you have Netflix and you want to check it out, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is probably one of my favorites, just because I love Sean Connery, right? And he was in that one. But yeah, a lot of like the desert scenery and stuff that was shot for that movie was shot in Moab, Utah. Let's see here. Bear says Mother Box with a question mark. What Mother Box? Mother Box? Mother Box? Not sure what you mean. A Mother Box. Devoting yourself to watching every live stream from the very beginning. Well, dude, that's hardcore, man. That is hardcore. I don't want to let you down, and that's dedicated, man. That's dedication. Beginning to the very end, to the bitter end. Oh yeah, transportation. Oh, the DC. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm following you now, Nimke. My bad. Wow. I don't feel like I'm offering a whole lot to the live stream, like for everybody that's just hanging out and watching me, man. Like, you guys are awesome. 4 hours and 20 minutes. What do you guys want? You know, I'm here for you. 4 hours and 20 minutes in. What do you want from this whole thing? What's making my time worth your time? Mariah Trujillo, the silent watcher in the background. I see you. John Watkins. Bubba. Good to see you, man. Absolutely. We'll try to, you know, every week, every Friday, try to run these live streams around 8 o'clock Central Time. So bear that in mind. Make sure you subscribe, ding the bell for notifications so that you don't miss a thing. Don't miss a old thing. Whatever. Better than people staring at you. Wow. Thank you, Wyatt. You know, that's cool. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, guys, like, you guys could be doing anything. Literally anything else right now. You could be watching Netflix. You could be streaming your own stuff. You could be reading a book. You could be, I don't know, spending time with your family, whatever. And you're here. You're here with me for 4.5 hours. People come, people go, people come back, people, you know, change it out, whatever. But this is tremendous. Like 4.5 hours. Like, are you serious? Really awesome. Ancestors of the Vikings were allies of the Romans, interestingly. Yeah, you know, so the Germanic tribes and how they interacted with the Roman armies and legions and stuff like that. That's where we get a lot of the information from of how things were done, because of the Romans who observed and saw things that were done by the Germanic peoples. So we got Tacitus, um, other authors as well, even Fadlan in the Land of Darkness, who observed and documented the customs and living arrangements and things of the Rus, the Swedish Vikings at the time. So yeah, for sure that did happen, and that was a thing. A background stalker, Mariah. What do I think about inviting ancestors into your practice? I don't think I need to invite my ancestors into my practices because my ancestors are tied to me through Orlog. So if my ancestors aren't a part of things, then I feel like there's a problem. I don't think you were a part of the stream earlier when I shared my ancestral candle, which I'll share right now. Candle holder, I should say. So it's got, 3 tea light candles, which this is only used for ancestral purposes, but I've got, Othala burned into 1, 2, 3, 4 portions of the candle holder with some Celtic knotwork, just some, decorative things. And then I've got my family bind rune that I formulated. This is nothing that you will see anywhere in any other sources. This is my familial bind rune. So I always, on a more regular basis, what I do with the gods and the goddesses and the sacred have their place, but on a more regular and daily and persistent basis, I am always keeping my ancestors tied into things. You know what I mean? I'm always working with my ancestors. I'm always making sure that my ancestors know, because they have a more vested interest in what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. So to exclude them would harm the Orlog that gets added to the well for my descendants. So I don't want to do that. I want to maintain good luck, and I want to maintain that positive and good connection between myself and my ancestors. So, this candle holder, which was gifted to me by my mother, has 3 spots, so it's, for Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. And the ancestral bind rune that I made, kind of ties all of that together. But yeah, let me just catch up to some of the comments because I saw a bunch of them that came through since I posted that. Don't have Netflix, Wyatt. Can't stream. Don't have any good books. And family's asking, so I would rather to be here than do anything else at the moment. Well, cool. Glad that you can be able to be here, my man. So it's good. John Watkins, that knows a lot about DC Universe stuff, especially if it's one of the 7 members of the Justice League. Cosplayed as the Flash. Awesome. Always fun. And Nimke's bear is always living with his ancestors, and they never shut up. They don't, right? Depending on how much you feed into that, like how much you nurture that connection, they could be like lurkers, silent in the background, and then the more you stay in touch, the more you keep that communication going, the more they're like, right, always there, always in your ear, always at your side. And like the bear says, being native, your ancestors never go away. They just change locations. They don't go away. You can't dismiss them. To say, bringing them in to ritual, whatever, it's like, well, they're already there. You know what I mean? So says makes perfect sense, and starting to build their ancestor altar and have been looking for a good beginning point. Good answer. So, all right, cool. I'm glad that the answer helped you first and foremost, because again, that's what we're here for. That's what the channel is designed for. It's not to, make anybody feel inferior to anybody. It's to help. I mentioned before, I'm a student. I'm always a student, and I'm always learning. So what works for me and what has worked for me, just to share knowledge. You know what I mean? But again, our ancestors are very close to us. They are the reason why we are here. You know what I mean? And so maintaining those ties, nurturing those threads, feeding the well, as it were, does only good, and does only to maintain good. Because let's face it, there's things that our ancestors have done over time that have led to less than favorable results. You know what I mean? It's not all of our ancestors are model citizens, whatever you want to say, but nonetheless, they are our ancestors, and how we honor and how we venerate them, and how we make their memory, those songs be sung, and their memory lives on in legacy, and how we feed the well. Again, I've talked about this in previous videos. Is important. It is. It's very important. So Wyatt says his ancestors are Celtic, and as far as they didn't like Vikings very much. Really is a good idea to invite them into your practice, and scared they would cut your head off if they were alive. Well, again, here's the thing. We don't know everything about our ancestors. We don't know how, as far as how far back you want to go. None of us, even to the extent of how strong your genealogical studies go, like me, for instance, right? I know for a fact from genealogical studies, I know where a lot of my ancestors come from. I know Scotland, Ireland, Denmark, and other parts of Germania, before it was quite so clearly defined, but also in parts of the Mediterranean, because my mother is Italian. There's French, there's Native American Indian, of course, later on down the line, but like far as like where my European descendants come from, I don't even need to do the ancestral.com or 23andMe or whatever the heck the popular ancestral DNA sources are. However, I don't need to know that, like, well, my ancestors were only thus and thus, and therefore if I'm not doing something that's going to appeal to them, I'm going to get some sort of repercussion or whatever. Like, that's not how I see how it works. You know what I mean? Because like I don't know, like I know like some of my ancestors were probably like just outlaw trash, you know what I mean? Did things that didn't do good to the society of whatever extent that they lived in. But I also know that one of my ancestors is John Marshall, one of the first Supreme Justices of the United States. I also know that one of my ancestors is Francis Scott Key. I also know that one of my ancestors is Johnny Appleseed, or John Chapman, as he were, but you all know him from history books and schools as Johnny Appleseed. You know, so I have some pretty prominent names tied to me, ancestrally speaking, but there's also a whole lot more that I don't know that are probably just like junk. You know what I mean? But what legacy we want to leave, what things we want to do now is yes, we honor our ancestors, we honor the legacy that was left behind for us to build from, but then we also build our own legacies. So the things that were done before us don't necessarily, it's not the end all be all. Like, some of their deeds kind of helped shape the way things have become for us now, but ultimately, when we are here and what we are doing has direct impact on what things will become. We're shaping that. We're shaping that. We're developing that orlog for our descendants now. So that would be my response to you, Wyatt. With that, because again, like I said, I'm sure that I have pagan ancestors on the Mediterranean side too, on my mother's side specifically. I'm sure they were Roman pagan on that side, but do I feel a specific connection to that side of the family? Not really. Are they any less important? No. But are my deeds and the things that I do now not visible to them? And do they not see the things that I do and my intent? Also no. Or do they not see? Yes. Double negative. I believe that my ancestors see what I'm doing, despite the fact that I do not necessarily focus on their regional spiritual practices. You get what I'm saying, right? So just because I don't honor the Roman pantheon of gods, I don't think that my ancestors on that side of the family would be like, you know what, Justin, you can just F off because you're not observing the practices of our family. No, I think that they still see and they still observe and they still know that the deeds being done and the works being done are to nurture the orlog that gets, whether they called it that or not. That's what I'm calling it, right? The inherited luck, the inherited juju, the good juju, right? that goes on to our descendants. So whatever your regional names for things are, whatever your whatever it gets called, right? I call it orlog. Could be called something different later on down the line or from different families. 2% Norse, probably less. They see everything, like the bear says, and there will be a discussion when you arrive about conduct. We're all going to stand somewhere and have a very, very, very long discussion. Those discussions, right? It's not really a judgment. And that's one thing that I personally don't stand in belief of, is that I'm not doing what I'm doing in waiting for some sort of final judgment to determine what happens later on, right? The thing that happens now with our ancestors and with our involvement, I got the hiccups, and with our involvement with the sacred, like, I don't look at it as like, oh, we'll just do what you do now, and then later on we'll figure it all out. Like, we'll accumulate all your deeds and decide what you did, who you did it for, blah, 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 blah. Like, tallying it all up. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, that's not, and I don't know if that's the intent of what was trying to be portrayed in the comments, but that's not the way I see it, you know? But it's, you know, our families, our ancestors are so intricately tied to us. And this is a difficult discussion to have with those who don't necessarily follow the same sort of worldview of things, you know? Because I've had discussions with like my own family talking about how I've seen certain members of my family. And they're like, well, what did you see? Who did you see? I'm like, what do you mean? What I saw them. I felt their presence, and it was discounted as something other than what it was. And I'm like, you weren't there. I was there. They were there. I felt it. You can't tell me that what I felt was wrong or incorrect because you weren't there. So your opinion, your view of something because of another, you know, somebody else who influenced you to think that way is invalid to me. Right? Yeah, right. So like the bear says, it's not a tally, it's just a discussion. It's, you know, it's because of their vested interest. It's because of their of them having that vested interest in you and what you're doing. It's like, well, what are you doing to preserve the integrity of what we've built, of what we've, you know, established? They want you to succeed. You know, if you don't, like, what does it do to everything that's happened before you? They want to see you succeed. So your best interest is in focusing on your ancestors, right? They want you to succeed. They want to be there for that because it's what they literally, like, as me, you know, me thinking about it is like when my descendants are doing what they're doing, I'm the ancestor and I'm looking, I'm like, you know, I've done everything I've done up to this point to give you the tools, to give you that best possible opportunity to be something and to be successful and to be well known, whatever. And then they just crap the bed on doing it. I mean, just like, what is even wrong with you right now, right? So for me, it's like, I want to give my ancestors a reason to be proud and to know like what they've done has been all worthwhile, you know? And that's where a lot of what my focus and my drive is. It's to honor them, all their hard work, you know, the schmucks and the pricks and whatever, who else that didn't do a damn, whatever. It's inconsequential. The rest of them that have done things, that have left a name, that have left a legacy, I'm building on that legacy, and I'm adding to that luck. And when my descendants come later on down the line, they've got all that stuff that they can build from. So Wyatt says, it doesn't matter where I came from. We are all related to the same tree stump that formed us. For all I know, you could be a super long line cousin. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, to that, you know, as far as how we're related by blood, by kinship or whatever, it's, you know, how watered down the line does it have to be? How watered down does, you know, ancestral ties have to be for you to be like, you know? But again, it's not so much like I'm stuck on the regional ancestors. I'm just stuck on the fact that like my ancestors have done things. My ancestors, I'm the reason why they are the reason why I'm here at the very base level. Like if mom and dad and grandma and grandpa or nana and papa or oma and papa or whoever, whatever I call them, if all these people didn't get together and like copulate and do the deed or whatever, like I wouldn't be here. But all the deeds that led up to those relationships happening occurred because of specific actions and specific deeds. It's all tied. Like I have a specific view on that whole thing. So it's like, yeah, I'm here because of them, and my actions and my deeds determine a lot for my descendants. I could be a total degenerate and leave nothing or little or bad for the next group that comes around, for my descendants, you know, and then they have to start from scratch. Or I could do well now, be well known and get that renown and get that fame, well earned, like we mentioned about in the Hovmal. And it does well for me, but it also does well for my descendants. So it's a win-win. You know what I mean? Mariah Trujillo says, been noticing heavy communications from them, her ancestors. Feels like they want to tell you something or give something. Feel family around you often, and just started learning how to give back and get from. Hey, that's tremendous. You know, if you can feel your ancestors who have gone on before you communicating to you in a certain way, and you're able to maintain that sort of connection with them in your deeds and in your spiritual practices, you're a step ahead of the game. So that's awesome. The bear is saying they want another voice at the council fire, and they discuss it. Eventually we all get to the fire. Sometimes it just takes a few talks. Yep. Yeah. I mean, let's look at it from just the base level. You know, some family members are just easier to get along with than others. Some family is easier to converse with than others. Not saying that all the ancestors and all of those people are that have gone on before us are worth connecting with or worth, you know, trying to connect to, but sometimes the ones that are the ones that give you a little bit of grief along the way, or they give you a little bit of a challenge along the way, and it's all intended for the good, and it's all intended to like build that character, build that strong tie, earn that place around the fire, as it were. We bleed the same blood, breathe in the same air, look the same way, and we are human. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, you know what I mean? Ultimately, you're right, Wyatt. And there's nothing that me or I think anybody else could say that's, you know, that could honestly contest what you just said. We all bleed the same blood. The thing about heathenry is the sense of tribe, the sense of, you know, kinship, the differences between kin and kith, your extended family, people who are not necessarily maternally or paternally tied to you, but who nonetheless have earned or retained or attained familial title. I've done videos about that as well, so you guys can check out my videos about that. But so that's where like the familial stuff, the ancestral stuff is true and important within heathenry now. You know, it's not to say like, well, I'm better than you because of my ancestry and I'm superior to you because of my heritage or whatever like that. Like, no, never been about that. And anybody who says that should go fry ice. If they think that their ancestry makes them superior, or their heritage makes them superior, they can go fry ice, to put it lightly. But again, the sense of family, the sense of kinship, the sense of tribe, all that is very important in maintaining and retaining a healthy worldview of heathenry, I think. Because that's how it's intended to work. That's how it's intended to function, is at the tribal level, right? An old bush bear, empty bear, yeah. O plus positive. You said, yeah. Fry ice. Well, yeah, I've used that term, and I've heard that term for as long as I've been breathing. Go fry ice, right? Like go. Well, you get it. You get the nature. You get the nature of the gesture, right? Like what you're saying. The terminology is like kick rocks, fry ice. You know, take a long dive off a short pier. Go F yourself. That's basically what we're saying. If that's what you think, go fry ice. See where it gets you. Suck eggs, right? That's another one. It's definitely another one. I'm reading your comment, Bear. Family-friendly channel. I'm not going to repeat it. Everybody can see it because it's public information. So, hey, can't argue it. You know, baked good is. I don't know. From a bear's perspective, you might could offer some insight to that. I don't know. It's not my usual culinary fare, not my usual culinary interest. You know what I mean? You're fine. You're fine. You can post whatever you want in the chat. I'm just saying in terms of, because me being like the host or whatever, just the things that I say, I'm gonna try to keep it more or less PG-13 at the most. Which, you know, you could say that. You can totally say that, right? Bitch muffin. I mean, that's PG-13. I get one at least. You can say, I mean, who am I, right? I'm not the freaking social media police. I'm just saying, like, in terms of this channel or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be out here just throwing off obscenities and talking any sort of way. Could I get away with it? Yeah. Is that the kind of image I want to project? Is that the kind of personality I want to project out here? Absolutely not. We're all adults to some extent or another. So the content that people or the audience that watches this content is a mixed audience. So just being respectful of everybody. No, it is. The Bears always got the Bears always got a good, you know, thing to add in here. You do say some weird things. You should have been here the other was it last week? We had Australia and New Zealand and Ireland, and we were talking about some crazy terms about, you know, some of their slangs and things like that. You know, I think the biggest joke about Canadians, right, is they're so polite, or, you know, instead of what are you talking about? It's what are you talking about? It's like the thing you wear in your shoe, or the thing you wear in your. You don't wear a boot on your shoe, you idiot. It's the thing you wear on your foot, a boot. What are you talking about? You know. And then you got Letterkenny. You got the whole Letterkenny thing. You know, up pitter patter, let's get at her. You know, or hard no, and you know, just the way that the certain like terminologies and things that get circulated around online that just make it comical. You probably heard it all, I'm sure. So, hey, John Watkins says, not sure how you can explain this, but starting path into heathenry felt unexpected, and even more when I found out that you had a stronger bind to the elder Futhark runes than your mother and grandmother. Well, it's a funny thing because like my journey into heathenry did not initially begin with the runes. The runes came into my practice later on, and it came in very abruptly and very I don't want to say violently, but very like just there was no question as to what my approach is. Now, so should every heathen have an understanding or knowledge of the runes? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think you're a lesser or a greater heathen for your knowledge of the runes. I think that those purposes within the heathen community are best served by certain individuals. So, and that can't be something that is like determined by any one specific person, perhaps. So for me, it was a very just like I literally just got woken up out of sleep with a large like cracking sound, as though it was like a bolt of lightning, and the runes being projected to me in my mind's eye. Not even all the runes, but one specific rune, as a matter of fact. But if that's how your introduction into heathenry was, then that was how it was for you. So who's to argue that? Wyatt says damn, YouTube demonetized, sued, and completely taken down. Your channel, yeah, right. Doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And it's not about the monetization, guys. Like I do what I do, and I say what I say, and I am the way I am because it's not trying to project a different image of what you see me in real life versus what you see online. However, I understand that perception is a lot of things, and things are people can be impressionable. So I don't want to. I have an intent with what I'm doing here on this channel. These live streams are meant to be fun and engaging and educational and supportive. Not trying to just be, some sort of belligerent butthead out here on the internet. So yeah, they do, Mariah. The Canadians and Australians have some of the coolest terms. I'm not sure if you were here last week, but if you weren't, you missed out, because it was a riot. I'll put it that way. It was a riot. Wyatt was here. He can attest. Was it not? Was it not just like a freaking just crazy fun time? It was a lot of fun. You missed the polite memo, the bear. Well, you're a bear. Bears don't get to be polite. That memo doesn't apply. You can just overlook that. Kappa feel. I don't, fucking, whoops. There's that one. Oh, said it. I said it. This video is now demonetized. This 5-hour live stream, because I just dropped an F-bomb, just shot down. My bad. But I get one, right? Isn't like a PG-13 rating. You get the one pass for the F-bomb. It's the end of the live stream too. Because here we are now at 5 hours. And I need to, I don't know what I need to do. I haven't had problems with it yet. Why? Well, I haven't had problems with it either. The only problems I've had is hasn't even really problems, right? Is like having like copyrighted music in my videos, which is funny because the content, the music that I add to the videos, the content creators, the content providers, I should say, that make the music are like, oh yeah, you can use this on YouTube or Facebook or wherever, and it's fine. Just provide, but they didn't take away, like they didn't withdraw the copyright strikes or whatever from their content that gets posted. So whenever it gets posted, it's like, what? Look here, you idiot! Like you said, I can use it, but you didn't take it away from your channel. So anytime anybody uses it, if it's not you, people are gonna get a copyright strike on it, and you're not gonna get monetized for it. So, like all of your like kind gestures, kind words. Oh yeah, you can use my stuff. You can well, and then take down the restrictions. Anyway, I don't have to worry about that anymore because all of my music that is added to the background of my videos is from Donheim, and they, whatever, have taken down the restrictions on their content that you will not get a copyright strike for using their content in videos, and that's for all content creators. So all my music that is used in the background of my videos is from Donheim, and all the credits are put down in the description. No copyright strike. So high five to Donheim Radio, Donheim Music. Awesome. They did it right. They actually did it right. Why? And there it is. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. Well, it's true. I mean, it is true. It took 5 hours. It took 5 hours on a Friday night. First time in a Friday night. Shoot. First time in ever, I think, that an F-bomb got dropped on a live stream. That was horrible. First time and last time, hopefully. But whatever. I think I get one pass because it's a 5 hour live stream, and it's no excuse, but it's a pass. 2 a.m., baby. All right, Bear. Good to see you. It was crazy. It was crazy. Well, we broke it, man. We broke the record. We broke the threshold. Streamed a whole hour longer than the last time. Now, does this set the expectation for the next one to be 6 hours? No. I surely hope hope not. See, can't even talk. But yeah, so everybody, thank you again for tuning in for this live stream. It's been an absolute blast. You know, whatever the length of time for the live stream for next week will be, when it is, whatever. Not 100% sure yet, but rest assured, it should be going up on Friday. Don't forget, Sunday got the deity discussion video that's going to be going up on the Vidar, and then the new mini series that's going to be going up on Monday morning, and then probably again Wednesday and Friday mornings for the was it Havamal stanza sharing discussion, whatever. It's going to be just short video, so be sure to subscribe to the channel first and foremost. Any ways that you see in the link tree and stuff that's going to be posted real quick before we end the live stream. Check the link tree out. There's you know, Patreon, there's merchandise. You got, we're in this pandemic now, right? I got masks, cloth face masks for all you folks who are in places that require that. So definitely check that out. Get what you can. Oh man, Mariah, you didn't have to do that, girl. We're about to end the live stream. Thank you so much for that super chat donation. Definitely thank you so much. You know, you came in here hanging out, talking, chatting, supporting the channel the way you are. Just being here is a huge support. So thank you for that super chat donation. Really super appreciate it. Love you all. Thank you so much for your support. Be sure to share the videos around. You know, guys, at 3,000 subscribers, hopefully by this time next week, we'll be at 3,000. I think we can get there. Matter of fact, I think we can get past there by this time next week. So maybe by next week, we'll be able to do a giveaway for this Mjolnir pendant and rune sets. So if anybody who's watching here knows some folks who needs a new Mjolnir pendant and a new rune set, let them know to come check out Midgard Musings, subscribe to the channel, because once this channel hits 3,000 subscribers, we are going to do this giveaway, right? Probably do some like Norse mythology trivia or something like that. We'll have a fun time, have a really good time planned out. So make it entertaining. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs of all ages and species, whatever it is that you are watching here on Midgard Musings tonight for the last 5 hours and almost 7 minutes. And all of you are awesome. You're all awesome. So thank you so much for tuning in and supporting Midgard Musings. Thank you, Mariah, for that last minute super chat donation. Thank you, Wyatt Coverdale, for sticking around and just being an awesome supporter of this channel. We will definitely make sure to cross wires in whatever way we need to talk about future collaborations. Thank you, John Watkins. Thank you, Rambling Rattlesnake, for all your awesome questions. And Troy, Travis, you know, Nimki Bear, everybody, Matt Petrie, everybody who's been on this live stream for the last, 5 hours and going on 8 minutes. So thank you all so much. You all have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever it is that you are. Stay safe out there. Please stay safe. All right. So thank you all for your support. See you in the next video. Hail, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.